Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The Unraveling Thread. The clock chimed 4, or maybe it was 5. The hands seemed tired, pausing longer than ticks. I pulled my coat from the hanger, a tug that should have been routine, yet the fabric clung to me like a second skin, unwilling to let go. The hallway mirror flickered as if deciding whether to show me or hide me. Was my reflection always that dim? On the desk, my calendar's dates had faint shadows of previous days erased, numbers slipping out of their lines. I tilted my head, waiting for recall, a pattern to explain the misalignment. A draft curled my collar, there was no window open, and yet a whisper existed, carrying a scent of endings. I'd been living with these small distortions for weeks now, ever since I agreed to help with the case. The detective had called it a favor, review some files, offer a fresh perspective on what everyone assumed was a straightforward domestic incident, but nothing about it felt straightforward anymore. The manila envelope sat on my kitchen table, its edges softened from handling. Inside, photographs of a suburban home that looked identical to 1,000 others. White siding, red front door, manicured lawn. The kind of place where neighbors wave from driveways and children ride bicycles in lazy circles, except something terrible had happened there. I spread the photos across the table, my fingertips leaving faint smudges on the glossy surfaces. The living room appeared normal: floral couch, coffee table with a neat stack of magazines, family photos arranged on the mantel. But in one corner, barely visible, a lamp had been knocked over. The shade was crumpled, casting an odd shadow that seemed to reach toward the camera. The initial report described it as an accident. The woman of the house had fallen down the stairs, struck her head on the newel post. Her husband found her when he returned from work, called emergency services immediately. Tragic, but not uncommon. These things happen. But her sister hadn't believed it. She'd pushed for a second look, hired a private investigator who'd uncovered inconsistencies. Small things that individually meant nothing, but together formed a pattern that made my stomach tighten. I picked up the first witness statement, the husband's account of that evening. His handwriting was careful, controlled, each letter formed with deliberate precision. He described arriving home to find the front door unlocked, which was unusual because his wife always secured the house before dark. He'd called her name, received no response, then discovered her at the bottom of the staircase. The medical examiner had noted the head injury was consistent with a fall, but there were also bruises on her arms that seemed older, in various stages of healing. When asked about them, the husband explained that his wife had been clumsy lately, bumping into furniture, struggling with coordination. She'd been seeing a doctor about possible medication side effects. I reached for the prescription bottle evidence bag. The label was partially torn, but I could make out her name and the medication, something for anxiety. The bottle was nearly full despite being filled recently. Either she hadn't been taking the pills regularly, or someone wanted it to appear that way. The house felt different when I visited it. The current owners had renovated extensively, but the bones remained the same. I stood at the bottom of the staircase, looking up at the landing where she would have been before she fell. The angle seemed wrong somehow. If she'd simply lost her footing, wouldn't she have tumbled forward, not backward? I ran my hand along the banister, feeling for anything unusual. The wood was smooth, recently refinished, but there was a small gouge near the top that the sanders had missed. It was shaped like a half moon, as if something had been gripped too tightly, fingernails digging in. The neighbor I spoke with remembered that evening clearly. She'd been watering her garden when she heard raised voices coming from the house. Not unusual, she said. They'd been arguing more frequently in recent months, but this time felt different, more intense, more desperate. She'd considered going over to check, but decided it wasn't her place to interfere. Later, she'd seen the husband's car leave the driveway. This contradicted his statement about being at work all evening. When I mentioned this discrepancy, the neighbor's expression changed. She became fidgety, avoided eye contact. She said maybe she'd been mistaken about the timing, that it was easy to confuse one evening with another. I found myself returning to the case files repeatedly, searching for details I might have missed. The photographs revealed new secrets each time I examined them. In one image of the kitchen, a coffee cup sat on the counter, still containing liquid. If the husband had found her immediately upon arriving home, why hadn't he checked on her sooner? Why make coffee before searching the house? The victim's medical records painted a picture of a woman under increasing stress. Multiple visits to her doctor for headaches, insomnia, unexplained bruising. She'd mentioned feeling unsafe, but hadn't elaborated when pressed for details. The doctor had prescribed anxiety medication and suggested counseling, but there was no record of her following through with therapy. Her journal, discovered weeks after the incident, contained entries that made my hands shake as I read them. She wrote about feeling watched, about objects being moved when she wasn't looking, about conversations she couldn't quite remember having. The handwriting became increasingly erratic as the entries progressed, as if she'd been writing in darkness or while trembling. One entry stood out: "He knows that I know. The way he looks at me now, like he's calculating something. I found the insurance papers in his desk drawer. Why would he increase my policy without telling me?" The insurance investigation had been routine. The husband had indeed increased his wife's life insurance policy, but he'd provided a reasonable explanation. They'd recently taken out a larger mortgage and wanted to ensure adequate coverage. The timing seemed suspicious, but timing alone wasn't evidence of wrongdoing. I interviewed the victim's co-workers, hoping to gain insight into her state of mind. They described her as increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her death. She'd stopped joining them for lunch, declined invitations to after-work gatherings. One colleague mentioned that she'd seemed startled by unexpected noises, jumping when someone approached her desk from behind. The husband had been cooperative throughout the investigation, perhaps too cooperative. He'd answered every question thoroughly, provided documentation when requested, even allowed investigators to search the house without requiring a warrant. His grief appeared genuine: red-rimmed eyes, trembling voice when speaking about his wife. But something about his demeanor felt rehearsed, as if he'd practiced his responses. I decided to visit the cemetery where she was buried. The headstone was simple, elegant, inscribed with her name and dates that bookended a life cut short. Fresh flowers had been placed recently, white roses, her favorite according to her sister. But as I knelt to examine them more closely, I noticed they were artificial, perfect plastic blooms that would never wilt or fade. The groundskeeper mentioned that the husband visited regularly, always bringing the same artificial flowers. He'd explained that real flowers died too quickly, and he wanted something permanent to honor her memory. The groundskeeper found this touching, but it unsettled me. There was something cold about choosing permanence over the natural cycle of beauty and decay. I began having dreams about the staircase. In them I was climbing toward the landing, but the steps kept multiplying beneath my feet. I could hear voices from above, hers pleading, his responding in tones too low to understand. I'd wake with my heart racing, sheets damp with perspiration, the taste of fear metallic on my tongue. The case files had taken over my dining room table, spreading across the surface like a cancer. Photographs, statements, medical records, insurance documents, all the fragments of a life that had ended too soon and too conveniently. I'd trace connections with colored string, creating a web that grew more complex but no clearer with each addition. Her sister called regularly, desperate for answers I couldn't provide. She'd share memories of her sister's happiness in the early years of marriage, how she'd glowed when speaking about her husband. But that glow had dimmed gradually, replaced by something that looked like fear wearing the mask of devotion. The private investigator who'd initially worked the case had left detailed notes. He'd suspected the husband from the beginning but couldn't find concrete evidence. The man was careful, methodical, possibly sociopathic in his ability to maintain appearances while orchestrating his wife's psychological deterioration. But suspicion wasn't proof, and the case had gone cold. I found myself driving past the house at different hours, observing the new family that lived there. Children played in the yard where she had once tended flowers. Their laughter echoed off the walls that had witnessed her final moments. Did they sense the lingering presence of tragedy, or had happiness successfully exorcised the shadows? The husband had remarried within 2 years, a detail that struck me as significant. His new wife bore a striking resemblance to his first, same build, similar coloring, even comparable mannerisms according to those who'd observed them together. It was as if he'd found a replacement rather than a new love. I managed to encounter the new wife at a local market, striking up a casual conversation about produce selections. She seemed nervous, constantly glancing around as if expecting someone to appear. When I complimented her bracelet, she unconsciously pulled her sleeve down to cover what looked like finger-shaped bruises on her wrist. The pattern was repeating itself. Same isolation tactics, same gradual erosion of confidence, same careful documentation of her increasing clumsiness through medical visits. I wanted to warn her, but what could I say? That I suspected her husband of murdering his first wife based on circumstantial evidence and intuition. I contacted the detective who'd originally handled the case. He was nearing retirement, tired of unsolved mysteries that haunted his sleep. He admitted that the husband had always bothered him too composed, too helpful, too perfect in his role as grieving widower. But perfect wasn't criminal, and bothered wasn't evidence. The detective shared details that hadn't made it into the official reports. How the husband had asked about life insurance payouts before his wife's body had even been removed from the house. How he'd seemed more concerned about the investigation timeline than about planning funeral arrangements. How he'd disposed of his wife's personal belongings with unseemly haste, claiming that keeping them was too painful. I obtained copies of the husband's financial records through connections I'd rather not name. The months leading up to his wife's death showed increasing stress, missed mortgage payments, credit card debt, a failed business venture that had cost him significant money. The life insurance payout had solved all his financial problems with convenient timing. But financial motive alone wasn't enough. Plenty of people faced economic hardship without resorting to murder. I needed something more concrete, more damning. I needed evidence that would convince a prosecutor to reopen the case. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. The victim's phone records, which I'd reviewed multiple times, contained a pattern I'd initially missed. In the weeks before her death, she'd made repeated calls to a domestic violence hotline. The calls were brief, often disconnected quickly, as if she'd lost courage or been interrupted. I contacted the hotline, hoping they might have records of her calls. Privacy laws prevented them from sharing specific details, but a sympathetic counselor confirmed that they'd received calls from someone matching her description. The caller had seemed afraid but unable to articulate specific threats. She'd mentioned feeling trapped, watched, systematically undermined. This information changed everything. It established a pattern of fear, suggested ongoing abuse, provided context for her increasingly erratic behavior. But it also raised new questions. If she'd been reaching out for help, why hadn't she followed through? What had prevented her from taking steps to protect herself? The answer might have been in her computer, but the hard drive had been wiped shortly after her death. The husband claimed it had crashed, requiring complete reformatting. Convenient, but not necessarily suspicious technology fails at the worst possible moments. However, a computer forensics expert I knew agreed to examine the drive pro bono. The results were illuminating. The drive hadn't crashed naturally. It had been deliberately wiped using software designed to prevent data recovery. Someone with technical knowledge had methodically erased every trace of the victim's digital life. Her emails, browsing history, documents, photographs all gone as if she'd never existed in cyberspace. This level of data destruction suggested premeditation. Someone had planned not just her death, but the elimination of any evidence she might have left behind. The husband worked in information technology, possessed the skills and knowledge necessary to perform such thorough digital house cleaning. I felt pieces of the puzzle clicking into place, forming a picture that made my skin crawl. A methodical predator who'd isolated his victim, undermined her sanity, documented her deterioration, then eliminated her when she'd begun reaching out for help. The perfect crime disguised as a tragic accident. But proving it remained impossible. Every piece of evidence had an alternative explanation. Every suspicious circumstance could be attributed to coincidence or misinterpretation. The husband had been careful, patient, thorough in his planning and execution. I realized I was becoming obsessed, losing objectivity in my pursuit of justice for a woman I'd never met. The case files had consumed my dining room, my thoughts, my dreams. I was seeing connections that might not exist, attributing malice to actions that could be innocent. Yet I couldn't let go. Something about this case had burrowed into my consciousness, demanding resolution that might never come. The victim deserved someone to remember her story, to question the convenient narrative of accidental death, to refuse to let her murder be forgotten. I made one final attempt to gather evidence, arranging to meet with the husband under the pretense of researching home safety for an article I claimed to be writing. He agreed readily, eager to share his tragic experience if it might prevent similar accidents. He welcomed me into his new home, different location, same suburban perfection. His new wife served coffee with hands that trembled slightly, excusing herself quickly after brief introductions. The house felt sterile, devoid of personality, as if it were a stage set rather than a home. The husband spoke eloquently about his first wife, painting a picture of a troubled woman who'd struggled with anxiety and coordination problems. He'd tried to help her, he claimed, but she'd resisted medical intervention, refused to acknowledge the severity of her condition. Her death had been tragic, but not entirely unexpected given her deteriorating state. As he spoke, I noticed small details that confirmed my suspicions. The way he monitored his new wife's movements through the house. The subtle control mechanisms, medications organized by his hand, car keys kept in his possession, phone calls answered in his presence. The pattern was repeating itself with methodical precision. I left that meeting knowing I was in the presence of a killer, yet powerless to prove it. He was too careful, too intelligent, too skilled at maintaining his facade of respectability. His first wife had died, and unless his current wife found the courage to escape, she might follow the same path. The case remains officially closed, filed away as an accidental death that warranted no further investigation. But I keep the files, reviewing them periodically, hoping that someday new evidence will emerge or someone will find the courage to speak truth to power. Justice delayed isn't always justice denied. Sometimes it's simply justice waiting for the right moment, the right witness, the right piece of evidence to tip the scales. Until that moment comes, I remain vigilant, watching, waiting, remembering a woman whose death was too convenient to be accidental and too perfect to be proven otherwise. The truth exists somewhere in the shadows between certainty and doubt, waiting for someone brave enough to drag it into the light. Story 2. I told them I hadn't noticed anything unusual. As I stood by the door, the lingering aroma of burnt wood and something sweet clung stubbornly to the drapes. The muted light filtered through grime-streaked glass, casting distorted shadows that swayed with the breeze from an open window. My pulse throbbed in my fingertips, echoing the silent rhythm of questions left unspoken. The floor creaked with disjointed familiarity, a language of confessions not asked for. And the glossy magazine on the coffee table lay open, pages stiff with a finger smudge that wasn't mine. The air was still, yet it whispered truths I dared not acknowledge. The thing about lies is how they settle into your bones. I've been carrying this one for weeks now, maybe months. Time moves differently when you're watching yourself from the outside, when every conversation feels rehearsed even as you're having it for the first time. She used to hum while she worked. Always the same melody, something I never recognized, but that made the house feel alive. The sound would drift through the walls, seeping into corners where dust gathered and secrets accumulated like interest on unpaid debts. I'd find myself listening for it, that unconscious rhythm that meant everything was normal, everything was as it should be. The detective had kind eyes, that surprised me. I'd expected something sharper, more accusatory. Instead, she sat across from me in that cramped room and spoke in gentle tones about timelines and alibis, about the importance of remembering details, no matter how small. Her pen moved across the notepad with practiced efficiency, capturing my words before I'd fully formed them in my mind. I should have mentioned the phone calls, the ones that came after midnight when the house settled into its deepest quiet. She would answer on the first ring, as if she'd been waiting, her voice dropping to a whisper that barely carried through the thin walls. I never asked who called so late. Some boundaries feel too dangerous to cross. The magazine bothers me more than it should. Fashion spreads and celebrity gossip, nothing that would interest her. She preferred books, thick novels with serious covers and small print that made her squint. Yet there it was, open to an article about vacation destinations, places with white sand beaches and impossibly blue water, places we'd never discussed, never dreamed of together. Memory is unreliable, I know this now. What I thought I remembered from that morning, the smell of coffee brewing, the sound of water running in the bathroom, the impression of movement in my peripheral vision might have been echoes from other mornings, other routines layered on top of each other until they formed a palimpsest of ordinary moments. The neighbors were helpful, eager to share what they'd observed. The woman from across the street mentioned seeing lights on at unusual hours. The elderly man who walked his dog past our house every evening swore he'd heard raised voices, though he couldn't say when exactly. Their certainty unsettled me more than their suspicions. I keep returning to the window, the one that was open when I found the room empty. The breeze had scattered papers across the floor, and I'd spent precious minutes gathering them, smoothing out the wrinkles, arranging them back into neat piles. Bills, appointment reminders, a grocery list written in her careful handwriting. Normal things that felt suddenly ominous in their very normalcy. The sweet smell still haunts me, not perfume, something else. Something that reminded me of childhood summers and forgotten pleasures. I've walked through every room, pressing my face to curtains and upholstery, trying to locate its source. It's strongest near the window, as if it drifted in from outside and decided to stay. They asked about our relationship, whether we'd been happy, whether there had been any signs of trouble. How do you explain the slow erosion of intimacy? The way two people can share a space while occupying entirely different worlds. We were polite strangers who happened to sleep in the same bed, who moved around each other with the careful choreography of people avoiding collision. The burnt wood smell came from the fireplace. I discovered that later, after the questions had stopped and the house had emptied of official presence. Someone had burned papers there recently, though we hadn't used the fireplace in years. The ashes were still warm when I knelt to examine them, fine gray powder that dissolved between my fingers like talcum. I dream about the humming now. It comes to me in the space between sleep and waking, that familiar melody threading through my consciousness like a lifeline. Sometimes I wake with the tune on my lips, humming along to a song I never learned, carrying the rhythm of someone else's contentment. The phone records showed nothing unusual. Routine calls to family members, appointments with service providers, a few conversations with friends that lasted the appropriate amount of time. Nothing that suggested distress or planning or the kind of desperation that leads to irreversible decisions. The detective seemed disappointed by this normalcy, as if she'd expected the evidence to reveal some hidden drama. I think about the magazine often. Who brought it into our house? When did she develop an interest in tropical getaways and resort reviews? The subscription label bore her name, but in a font I didn't recognize, slightly different from the way she usually wrote her letters. Small discrepancies that might mean nothing or everything. The window faces east, toward the rising sun and the distant hills that form the horizon. She used to stand there in the mornings, coffee cup in hand, watching the light change from gray to gold. I thought it was meditation, a moment of peace before the day began. Now I wonder if she was watching for something else, waiting for a signal I never noticed. They found her car at the shopping center, parked between two others in a row of identical vehicles. The keys were missing, but her purse remained on the passenger seat, wallet intact, identification undisturbed. Another piece of the puzzle that refused to fit into any coherent picture. The security cameras showed her walking toward the entrance, but not coming back out. The house feels different now. Sounds carry strangely, echoing in rooms that were never empty before. I catch myself listening for footsteps that don't come, for the rustle of pages turning, for the soft percussion of daily life being lived by someone other than myself. The silence has weight, pressing down on everything with the persistence of unanswered questions. I should have paid more attention to the details. The way she started making her coffee differently, adding sugar when she'd always preferred it black. The books that appeared on her nightstand, titles I didn't recognize in genres she'd never shown interest in before. The subtle changes in routine that I dismissed as natural evolution, the small adjustments people make as they move through their lives. The detective called yesterday. New information, she said, though she couldn't share specifics. The investigation was ongoing, developing in ways that required patience and careful analysis. Her voice carried a note of something I couldn't identify, hope, perhaps, or resignation. I found myself holding the phone long after she'd hung up, listening to the dial tone like it might offer answers. The magazine is gone now. I looked for it after the police finished their second search, but the coffee table was bare except for a thin layer of dust and the faint impression of where it had lain. Someone must have taken it as evidence, though I can't imagine what secrets it might have contained between its glossy pages. I walked through the house at night, following paths we used to trace together. Kitchen to living room to bedroom, the geography of shared existence mapped in footsteps and habit. But the rhythm is wrong now, incomplete, like a song missing its harmony. I am learning to navigate this space alone, though it still feels like trespassing. The sweet smell is fading. Each day it grows a little fainter, overwhelmed by the ordinary odors of solitude, coffee grounds, and laundry detergent, the mustiness of rooms that don't get enough air. Soon it will disappear entirely, taking with it the last sensory evidence of whatever happened in those final hours. I told them I hadn't noticed anything unusual, and perhaps that was the most unusual thing of all. In a life shared with another person, how does someone simply vanish without leaving ripples in the fabric of daily existence? How does the absence of humming become just another form of silence, indistinguishable from all the other quiet spaces that fill our days? The window remains open. I cannot bring myself to close it, though the nights are growing cold and the wind carries scents I don't recognize. It feels like maintaining a vigil, keeping faith with some possibility I cannot name. The curtains move with each breeze, casting shadows that dance across the walls like messages written in a language I almost understand. Story 3. The silence between sounds. I stood by the window, watching as the curtain swayed even though there was no breeze. The room seemed to hold its breath, every object casting long, distorted shadows in the dim light. The clock ticked, not in its usual rhythm, but with an irregular, pointed slowness that made each second feel misplaced. Across the room, a picture frame hung slightly askew, its angle shifting imperceptibly earlier, but never fully settling back. I waited for a cue to move, a sign that this stasis was just a pause, not a fracture. Then it came, a faint, deliberate click, the latch on the door that should never have been engaged. The sound pulled me back to why I was there. The apartment belonged to someone who wouldn't be coming home. The police had finished their work, tagged what they needed, photographed what they deemed relevant, but they'd missed something. They always do. I'd been hired by the family to review the case file, to find what the official investigation had overlooked. The victim was a woman in her 30s, lived alone, worked from home as a freelance graphic designer. No obvious enemies, no threatening ex-boyfriends, no gambling debts or drug connections. She was found by her landlord after neighbors complained about a smell. The autopsy showed she'd been strangled, but there were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. The official report concluded it was likely someone she knew and trusted. The investigation stalled when every person in her life had an alibi. Her case file grew thin, then cold. I walked through her living room, noting the careful arrangement of furniture, the dust-free surfaces, the way magazines were stacked with military precision. This was someone who controlled her environment completely, the kind of person who would notice if a single item was out of place. In the kitchen, I opened the refrigerator, still stocked with food that would never be eaten. Yogurt containers lined up by expiration date, vegetables in the crisper drawer arranged by color. Even in death, her obsessive organization felt alive, watching. The bedroom told a different story. Here, the police had disrupted her careful order. Drawers pulled open, contents rifled through, the mattress slightly askew on its frame, but something else was wrong. The closet door stood open, revealing clothes arranged by season, then by color within each season, except for one empty hanger hanging alone between a blue dress and a black blazer. I made a note what had been hanging there. The bathroom yielded more questions, 2 toothbrushes in the holder, though she lived alone. When I asked the investigating detective about this, he shrugged. Probably kept a spare, he said. People do that. But the spare toothbrush showed signs of use. Frayed bristles, a slight discoloration that comes from regular contact with toothpaste. Someone else had been using this bathroom, and recently. I spent the rest of that afternoon interviewing neighbors. Most had little to say. She was quiet, kept to herself, always polite but never friendly. The woman in the apartment below mentioned occasional footsteps late at night, heavier than you'd expect from someone so petite. The man across the hall said he sometimes heard 2 voices through the thin walls, though he'd never seen her with visitors. The landlord was more helpful. He'd been concerned about her for several weeks before finding the body. Her rent, usually paid promptly on the 1st of each month, had been 3 days late. When he'd knocked to check on her, she'd answered through the door, said she was sick, would get the payment to him soon. Her voice had sounded strange, he said, hoarse, like she'd been crying. That evening I reviewed her phone records. The last call she'd made was to a number I didn't recognize. When I dialed it, I reached a disconnected line. The number had been active for only 2 weeks before her death, then immediately canceled. I traced the number through various databases. It had been registered to a prepaid phone, purchased with cash at an electronics store. The store's security footage from that period had already been recorded over. Someone had gone to considerable trouble to communicate with her anonymously. Her computer revealed more mysteries. Her browser history showed she'd been researching private investigators in the weeks before her death. She'd also looked up information about restraining orders, domestic violence resources, and how to change your identity legally. But there was no record of her contacting any of these services. Her email account contained mostly work correspondence and online shopping confirmations. Nothing personal, nothing intimate. Either she deleted everything important, or she conducted her private communications through other means. I found myself returning to that empty hanger in her closet. I called her sister, asked if she could remember what might have been hanging there. The sister was certain, a red dress, their mother's favorite, something the victim wore only on special occasions. Why would someone take a dress? The next day I interviewed her coworkers, the few clients she met with regularly. Everyone described her the same way, professional, reliable, somewhat distant. No one could remember her mentioning a romantic relationship, though several noted she'd seemed distracted in recent months. Her closest work colleague, a woman who'd known her for several years, mentioned something interesting. About a month before her death, the victim had asked about changing her professional name. She'd wondered aloud whether it was possible to work under a pseudonym, how difficult it would be to rebuild her client base with a new identity. When asked why she might want to do this, the colleague had no answer. It had seemed like an abstract question at the time. I was beginning to understand that the victim had been planning something. The research into identity changes, the late rent payment, the mysterious phone calls. She'd been preparing to disappear. But someone had stopped her first. I returned to the apartment building, this time focusing on the other residents. The woman downstairs was home and willing to talk over coffee in her kitchen. She'd lived there for 5 years, knew everyone's routines. The victim had been like clockwork, she said. Lights on at the same times, shower running at the same times, footsteps following the same patterns, until recently. About 6 weeks before her death, the patterns had changed. Lights stayed on later. The shower ran at odd hours, and there were new sounds, voices, sometimes raised, though never quite loud enough to make out words. The woman was certain there had been someone else in the apartment regularly. Someone who tried to be quiet, but wasn't familiar enough with the space to move silently. I asked if she'd seen anyone coming or going. She hesitated, then described a figure she'd glimpsed a few times in the hallway, always wearing dark clothes, always moving quickly. She'd assumed it was a delivery person or maintenance worker. The building's security was lax. Anyone could enter if they looked like they belonged. But thinking back, she realized this person had never carried packages or tools. They'd moved with purpose, but without the casual confidence of someone who worked there. I obtained the building's visitor log, though it was poorly maintained. Most entries were illegible, and many days had no entries at all. The landlord admitted that residents often let people in without requiring them to sign in. The log did show one interesting pattern: several entries for maintenance during the weeks before the victim's death, but the building's actual maintenance company had no record of service calls during that period. Someone had been using the visitor log to create a false paper trail. I was dealing with someone methodical, someone who understood how investigations worked and had taken steps to avoid detection. This wasn't a crime of passion or opportunity. It was planned, careful, patient. But even careful people make mistakes. I found the first mistake in the victim's financial records. 3 weeks before her death, she'd withdrawn a significant amount of cash from her savings account. The withdrawal had been made at a branch location she'd never used before, in a part of town where she had no reason to be. The bank's security footage from that day showed her at the ATM, but she wasn't alone. A figure stood just outside the camera's range, close enough to see the transaction, but positioned to avoid identification. The victim had looked nervous, checking over her shoulder repeatedly. This wasn't someone making a routine withdrawal. This was someone being coerced. I traced her movements that day through traffic cameras and business security footage. She'd driven directly to the bank, made the withdrawal, then met someone in a parking lot 6 blocks away. The meeting had lasted less than 5 minutes. She'd handed over an envelope, received nothing in return, then driven home. Someone had been blackmailing her. But what did they have on her? Her life seemed remarkably clean. No criminal record, no obvious secrets, no behavior that would make her vulnerable to extortion. I dug deeper into her past, going back years before her death. She'd moved to the area 5 years earlier, claiming to want a fresh start after a bad breakup, but I couldn't find any record of where she'd lived before or who she'd been involved with. Her employment history began 5 years ago. Her credit history began 5 years ago. Her rental history began 5 years ago. She'd already changed her identity once. The realization shifted everything. This wasn't a random victim or even someone targeted for who she was now. This was someone who'd been found despite trying to hide. I contacted the private investigator she'd researched online. He remembered her call, though she'd never made an appointment. She'd asked about his experience with stalking cases, specifically whether it was possible for someone to track a person who'd moved and changed their name. He'd told her the truth. If someone had enough motivation and resources, it was very difficult to disappear completely. There were always traces, always connections that could be followed. She'd hung up without scheduling a consultation. I realized I was now following the same trail that had led to her death. Someone else had traced her past, found her despite her precautions, and used that knowledge to control her. The blackmail had escalated to murder when she'd tried to disappear again. But I still didn't know who she'd been running from or why. The answer came from an unexpected source. While reviewing her computer files more thoroughly, I found a folder buried deep in her directory structure. It contained a single document, a partial draft of a letter she'd never sent. The letter began with an apology. She wrote about a mistake she'd made years ago, a moment of weakness that had destroyed someone's life. She'd been living with the guilt ever since, trying to build a new life while knowing she didn't deserve one. The letter broke off mid-sentence, as if she'd been interrupted while writing it. But it contained enough details for me to piece together what had happened. She'd been involved in a hit-and-run accident. Someone had died. She'd fled the scene and eventually fled the state, assuming a new identity to avoid prosecution. Someone had discovered her secret and used it to torment her. The blackmail wasn't about money, it was about justice or revenge. I traced the details from her letter and found the case. A pedestrian killed by a hit-and-run driver, the case never solved. The victim had been a young father, leaving behind a wife and 2 children. The family had never stopped looking for answers. I found them through victim advocacy groups and old news articles. The widow had remarried but kept her first husband's name. She'd become an advocate for hit-and-run victims, working to change laws and improve investigations. When I met her, I didn't immediately reveal what I discovered. I asked general questions about her advocacy work, her experience with the justice system. She was articulate, passionate, clearly driven by her loss. But there was something else, a controlled anger that seemed barely contained beneath her professional demeanor. When I mentioned I was investigating an unsolved murder, she became more interested. She asked detailed questions about the case, the investigation, the victim. Her questions were too informed, too specific. She knew more about police procedure and forensic evidence than most advocates would learn. I asked if she'd ever conducted her own investigations into unsolved cases. She smiled, but the expression didn't reach her eyes. Sometimes, she said, the system fails victims. Sometimes people have to seek their own answers. I left that meeting knowing I'd found my killer, but knowing I'd never prove it. She was too smart, too careful, too experienced in working within and around the justice system. She'd learned from years of dealing with incompetent investigations and legal loopholes. She'd found the woman who killed her husband, confirmed her identity, and executed a perfect revenge. The blackmail had been psychological torture, payment for years of unpunished guilt. The murder had been justice, delivered when her victim tried to escape again. I understood her motivation completely. I even admired her patience and skill. But understanding isn't the same as proving, and admiration isn't the same as approval. I filed my report with the family who'd hired me, documenting what I'd found, but acknowledging that the case would likely never be officially solved. The evidence was circumstantial, the killer too sophisticated to leave definitive proof. The family thanked me and paid my fee. They seemed satisfied with having answers, even if those answers wouldn't lead to an arrest. I never contacted the police with my suspicions. What would be the point? They'd investigate, find the same circumstantial evidence, and reach the same conclusion. The case would remain open but inactive, filed away with thousands of other unsolvable crimes. Justice had already been served, just not through official channels. Sometimes I think about both women, the victim who'd spent years running from her guilt, and the killer who'd spent years hunting for her truth. Both had been destroyed by a single moment of weakness, a decision that rippled through time and claimed multiple lives. The red dress was never found. I suspect it was taken as a trophy, or perhaps destroyed as a final insult. Some questions don't need answers. Late at night, when I can't sleep, I wonder if I made the right choice in staying silent. But then I remember the widow's controlled anger, her years of fruitless advocacy, her husband's grave that she still visits weekly. Some debts can only be paid in full. The case file sits in my office, officially closed but never forgotten. Sometimes justice wears a badge and carries a gun. Sometimes it wears a victim's face and carries a lifetime of grief. Both kinds are equally final. Story 4. I stood in the dim room, transfixed by the painting that refused to settle. It was a simple landscape, yet its frame, perpetually askew, unsettled the otherwise orderly wall. The soft tick of the clock drummed a steady rhythm, overshadowed by the occasional groan of the house. Everything seemed untouched, yet the air buzzed with anticipation, whispering of movements just beyond perception. I watched, waiting for something to tilt the balance. And then the frame shifted an imperceptible nudge, and the creaking stopped. The silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was the kind of quiet that makes you hold your breath, makes you question whether you actually saw what you thought you saw. My fingers traced the edge of the wooden frame, searching for some mechanical explanation: loose wire, uneven nail, settling foundation. But the wood felt solid, deliberate in its wrongness. This wasn't the first time I'd noticed things moving in houses where they shouldn't. 3 months ago, or maybe 4 time blurs when you spend your days cataloging other people's abandoned spaces, I've been called to assess the contents of a house left empty after its owner disappeared. Standard procedure, they told me. Insurance purposes. The adjuster needed photographs, inventory lists, estimates of value for items that might never be claimed. The missing person case had already grown cold by then. Local authorities had exhausted their leads, filed their reports, moved on to fresher mysteries. But someone still needed to document what remained behind, to transform a life into line items and dollar amounts. I remember the kitchen most clearly. Yellow wallpaper with tiny blue flowers curling at the seams. A coffee mug sat on the counter, handle turned toward the window. When I photographed it the first time, the handle pointed left. When I returned from the living room 20 minutes later, it had rotated 90 degrees. Small things, meaningless things. The case file mentioned no signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. The missing person, a woman in her 50s who lived alone, had simply stopped appearing at work, stopped answering her phone, stopped existing in all the ways that matter to bureaucracy. Her car remained in the driveway. Her purse sat undisturbed on the hallway table. Even her bed appeared slept in, sheets pulled back as if she'd simply stepped away for a moment. But I'm getting ahead of myself, or behind myself. The sequence of events has become tangled in my mind, each memory contaminating the others. Standing in this dim room now, watching the crooked painting, I can't shake the feeling that I've been here before. Not this specific room, but this moment of recognition, this sense of witnessing something that shouldn't be witnessed. The house where she disappeared had the same quality of suspended animation, dust motes hanging in afternoon light refusing to settle, curtains that moved without wind, objects that seemed to shift when no one was looking. I documented everything methodically, photographed each room from multiple angles, listed every piece of furniture, every book on the shelves, every item of clothing in the closets. The insurance company required thoroughness, and I prided myself on attention to detail. But details can lie, or maybe they tell truths we're not equipped to understand. The woman's neighbor, an elderly man who lived across the street, had been the last person to see her. He'd watched her water her garden on a Tuesday morning, same as always. She'd waved to him, same as always. By Thursday, when her employer called to report her absence, she'd already become a mystery. She seemed normal, the neighbor told the investigating officer. I found the transcript tucked inside the case file, probably left there by mistake. Maybe a little distracted lately, but nothing unusual. She'd been talking about renovating the upstairs bedroom, buying new furniture, said she wanted to make a fresh start. Fresh start, the phrase echoed in my mind as I worked through her house, cataloging the life she'd apparently decided to leave behind. In the bedroom she'd planned to renovate, I found sketches, rough drawings of furniture arrangements, color swatches taped to notebook pages, measurements scrawled in margins. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic across the pages, as if her thoughts had been racing faster than her pen could follow. One sketch showed the room as it currently existed, the next showed it completely empty. The third showed it furnished again, but with different pieces, different arrangements. She'd drawn the same room over and over, each iteration slightly different, as if she couldn't settle on a vision that satisfied her. Or as if she'd been trying to solve a puzzle that had no solution. The painting in front of me now shifts again, just a fraction of a degree. I step back, studying the wall around it. No vibrations from passing traffic, no air currents from heating vents. The house sits in perfect stillness, yet something keeps nudging that frame out of alignment. I think about the coffee mug again, how it rotated on the counter while I worked in the other room, how I convinced myself I'd simply misremembered its original position. Memory plays tricks, especially when you're alone in strange houses, surrounded by the remnants of interrupted lives. But what if memory wasn't the problem? What if I'd been witnessing something else entirely? The missing woman's house had felt alive in ways that made no sense. Floors that creaked in response to footsteps that weren't there. Doors that swung closed behind me even when I'd propped them open. Light switches that seemed to flip themselves, plunging rooms into darkness just as I'd finished photographing them. I'd attributed it all to old wiring, settling foundations, my own nerves. Houses develop personalities over time, especially houses that have been suddenly abandoned. They respond to emptiness in unpredictable ways. But standing here now, watching this painting refuse to hang straight, I'm beginning to question my rational explanations. The insurance adjuster had seemed satisfied with my report. Standard contents, he'd said, nothing unusual about the inventory. The woman's disappearance might remain a mystery, but her possessions were ordinary enough furniture that could be valued, belongings that could be stored or sold or donated if she never returned to claim them. I had filed my photographs and moved on to the next assignment. Another empty house, another interrupted life to document and catalog. The work pays well enough, and there's always demand for someone willing to spend time alone with other people's abandoned things. But that house stayed with me, not because of what I'd found there, but because of what I'd felt there. The sense of being watched by invisible eyes. The conviction that I was documenting a performance rather than a reality, that someone had carefully arranged every detail for my camera. The woman's closet had been too perfectly organized. Clothes sorted by color and season, shoes lined up with military precision. Either she'd been obsessively neat, or someone had spent considerable time arranging her belongings after her disappearance. The investigating officer's notes mention no signs of disturbance, but what constitutes disturbance? If someone rearranges a life instead of destroying it, does that leave evidence? If they move through a space like a ghost, touching nothing but changing everything, how would we know they'd been there? I found myself returning to that house on my own time. Not officially, the insurance company had accepted my report and closed the file, but I couldn't stop thinking about the coffee mug, the way it had rotated while I worked in the other room. I needed to understand what I'd witnessed. The spare key remained hidden under the third flower pot from the left, exactly where the neighbor had told the investigating officer it would be. I let myself in on a gray afternoon when the street was empty, when no one would see me entering a house that no longer belonged to anyone. The coffee mug sat in the same position I'd left it, handle pointing toward the window, exactly as it appeared in my final photograph, but something felt different about the kitchen, some subtle shift in the arrangement of objects on the counter. I set up my camera and began photographing the room again, comparing each new image to the ones I'd taken months earlier. Most things appeared identical, but small details had changed. A salt shaker moved 3 inches to the right, a dish towel folded differently, a cookbook opened to a different page. Changes so minor they could have been caused by settling, by gravity, by the natural entropy that affects all abandoned spaces. But taken together, they suggested something else: intention, purpose, the gradual transformation of a space by someone who understood how to move through it without leaving obvious traces. I spent hours in that house, documenting every room, comparing new photographs to old ones. The changes were always subtle, always deniable. A chair turned slightly toward the window. A book moved from one shelf to another. A lamp unplugged and moved to a different table. Someone had been living there, not obviously, not in ways that would attract attention from neighbors or authorities. But someone had been using that space, rearranging it according to their own needs and preferences. The question that haunted me was whether that someone was the missing woman herself. The painting shifts again, and this time I'm certain I see it move. Not an imperceptible nudge, but a deliberate rotation, as if invisible hands were adjusting its position. I reach out to straighten it, but my fingers stop short of the frame. What if touching it would break some delicate equilibrium? What if the movement serves a purpose I don't understand? I think about the woman's sketches again, her obsessive redesigning of the bedroom she'd never finished renovating. Page after page of the same room, rearranged endlessly, as if she'd been searching for some perfect configuration that would solve an invisible problem. Maybe she'd found it. Maybe her disappearance wasn't an ending but a beginning. Maybe she discovered how to exist in the spaces between official documentation, in the gaps between one photograph and the next. The house had felt alive because it was alive, not with supernatural presence but with human intention. Someone moving carefully through familiar rooms, adjusting details, maintaining a life that existed outside the boundaries of normal observation. I'd documented her absence, but I'd been witnessing her presence. The realization should have been satisfying, should have provided the closure I'd been seeking. But instead, it opened new questions that felt more disturbing than the original mystery. If she was still there, why hide? If she'd chosen to disappear, why maintain the pretense of being missing? What kind of life requires such elaborate concealment? And more troubling, if I was right, if she'd been there while I worked, watching me catalog her abandoned possessions, what did that make me? Unwitting accomplice to her deception, instrument of her surveillance. The painting hangs crooked again. I've been staring at it for so long that my eyes have begun to water, but I can't look away. Each small movement feels like a message I'm not equipped to decode. Maybe that's the point. Maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, only witnessed. Maybe the truth is less important than the act of searching for it, the way it changes us to live with unanswered questions. I think about all the empty houses I've documented since then, all the interrupted lives I've cataloged for insurance purposes. How many of them were truly empty? How many contained presences I was too distracted to notice? The work continues. Houses are abandoned, contents must be documented, files must be closed. But I approach each assignment differently now, with heightened awareness of the spaces between objects, the silences between sounds. Sometimes I catch movements in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I return to rooms to find small changes in the arrangement of furniture. Sometimes I feel watched by eyes I can't locate. I document everything more carefully now, take more photographs, note smaller details, not for the insurance companies, but for myself. Evidence of a world that exists parallel to the official one, populated by people who have learned to live in the margins of documentation. The painting settles into stillness, but I know it will move again. Not because of supernatural forces or mechanical explanations, but because someone needs it to move. Someone who understands that small adjustments to visible reality can create large spaces for invisible lives. I leave it crooked and step away from the wall. Some things shouldn't be straightened. Some mysteries shouldn't be solved. Outside, the world continues its normal patterns of documentation and verification. Inside, the painting waits for the next small movement that will shift the balance just enough to create space for whatever needs to remain hidden. I close the door behind me, but I know I'll return, not to solve anything, but to witness the ongoing performance of absence and presence, the delicate dance between what can be documented and what can only be felt. The case remains officially closed. The mystery remains officially unsolved. But in the space between official and real, something continues to move through empty houses, adjusting details, maintaining lives that exist only in the moments between one observation and the next. And I continue to document what I can see, knowing that the most important things will always happen just outside the frame. Story 5. The air was heavy with the smell of wet matches. It clung to the corners of the room, unsettlingly out of place in the warmth of the afternoon. I hesitated at the threshold, the familiar scent pulling me back to a time I couldn't quite grasp. The kitchen window was open, curtains motionless, yet the damp, acrid aroma seemed to seep from the walls. In the silence, I felt a creeping unease, like stepping into a shadow that shouldn't be there. Everything appeared untouched, yet the sensation lingered, inescapable and insistent. I knew I had encountered that smell before, at the edge of a memory blurred and unyielding. It shouldn't have been here, but it was. I forced myself to step inside, my bare feet cold against the linoleum. The logical part of my mind worked quickly, cataloging explanations. Someone had been smoking and extinguished cigarettes carelessly. A faulty electrical outlet somewhere in the walls. Maybe the neighbor's chimney backing up through some ventilation system I didn't understand. These old houses had their quirks, their mysterious ways of channeling odors from one place to another. But as I moved through the kitchen, opening cabinets and checking the stove, nothing seemed disturbed. The coffee cup I'd left on the counter that morning sat exactly where I'd placed it, a ring of dried residue marking its presence. The dish towel hung at the same crooked angle. Even the crumbs from yesterday's toast remained scattered near the toaster, forming the same constellation I'd been meaning to wipe away. I had come home early from work with a headache that felt like pressure behind my eyes. The office had been stifling, filled with the usual tensions and whispered conversations that stopped when I approached. My supervisor had suggested I take the afternoon off, her concern seeming genuine enough, though something in her expression had struck me as careful, measured. I'd driven home through familiar streets, noting how the autumn light filtered through the trees in patterns I'd seen countless times before. The house had been empty as expected. My housemate worked late shifts and wouldn't return until well after dark. We developed a comfortable routine of parallel lives, sharing space without much intersection. Bills split down the middle, groceries labeled with initials, a kind of domestic efficiency that required minimal communication. It suited us both. Yet standing in that kitchen, breathing air that tasted of sulfur and dampness, I felt the first flutter of something being wrong. Not dramatically wrong, not the kind of wrongness that demands immediate action, but a subtle displacement, like finding a book reshelved in the wrong spot or discovering your keys in a pocket you never use. I walked through the rest of the house methodically. The living room looked untouched, magazines still fanned across the coffee table, remote control resting on the arm of the couch where I'd left it. Upstairs, my bedroom door stood slightly ajar, which seemed right, though I couldn't remember if I'd closed it completely that morning. The bathroom mirror reflected my face back at me, pale and uncertain, my eyes holding a question I couldn't articulate. It was in my housemate's room that I noticed the first real inconsistency. The door, which was usually kept closed, hung open just enough for me to see inside. I didn't make a habit of looking into their private space, but something drew my attention to the bed. The covers were pulled tight, hospital corner neat, which struck me as odd. My housemate was many things, but meticulous about bed making wasn't one of them. I stood in the hallway, my hand resting on the doorframe, trying to remember the last time I'd seen them. We'd crossed paths in the kitchen 2 mornings ago, exchanging brief pleasantries over coffee. They'd seemed distracted, checking their phone repeatedly, but I'd attributed it to work stress. We all had our preoccupations. The smell of wet matches seemed stronger near their room, though I couldn't pinpoint why. I found myself breathing through my mouth, trying to escape the acrid taste that coated the back of my throat. My headache was getting worse, a steady thrum that made thinking feel like swimming through thick water. I returned to the kitchen and sat at the small table where we sometimes shared meals. The afternoon light was beginning to shift, casting longer shadows across the floor. I tried to reconstruct the morning, searching for details that might explain the smell, the sense of displacement that clung to everything like humidity. But as I sat there, other images began to surface, fragmentary and strange. The sound of footsteps on the stairs in the middle of the night, though I'd assumed it was my housemate returning from work. The creak of floorboards in the hallway, which could have been the house settling. A door closing somewhere in the darkness, soft but definitive. I remembered waking with a start sometime before dawn, my heart racing from a dream I couldn't recall. The house had felt different than two, charged with an energy that made sleep impossible. I'd lain in bed listening to the familiar sounds of the building, trying to identify what had changed. But eventually exhaustion had pulled me back under, and morning had arrived with its usual demands. Now, sitting in the kitchen with that persistent smell filling my nostrils, I wondered if those nighttime disturbances had been more significant than I'd realized. The human mind has a way of normalizing the abnormal, of filing away inconsistencies to maintain the illusion of order. But sometimes those filed away details accumulate, creating a weight that can no longer be ignored. I got up and checked the basement, something I rarely did. The wooden steps creaked under my weight and the air grew cooler as I descended. The basement was largely unused, a repository for boxes and forgotten furniture, the detritus of lives lived elsewhere. But even here in this neglected space, I caught traces of that wet match smell, fainter but unmistakable. The single bulb cast harsh shadows across the concrete floor. I moved between stacked boxes, my footsteps echoing in the confined space. Nothing seemed disturbed, but I noticed patches of dampness on the floor that I didn't remember seeing before. The dampness formed irregular shapes, like water had been spilled and partially cleaned up, leaving only traces behind. I knelt and touched one of the damp spots. My fingers came away slightly gritty, as if the water had contained something that left residue. The smell was stronger here, concentrated in the cool air that seemed to hold odors longer than the warmer rooms above. As I stood, a wave of dizziness passed through me, and for a moment the basement seemed to shift, the shadows rearranging themselves into patterns that suggested movement where there should have been none. I gripped the railing of the stairs, waiting for the sensation to pass, but it left behind a lingering unease that followed me back upstairs. The afternoon was wearing on, and I realized I hadn't eaten since morning. I made a sandwich mechanically, my mind still turning over the small mysteries that had accumulated throughout the day. The bread tasted stale, though the expiration date suggested it should still be fresh. Even simple things seemed slightly off, as if the entire house existed in a state of subtle wrongness. I tried calling my housemate, but the call went straight to voicemail. Their voice sounded different on the recording, more formal than I remembered, though that could have been the effect of the phone's compression. I left a brief message asking them to call me back, nothing urgent, just checking in. But as evening approached and my housemate didn't return, the smell of wet matches seemed to intensify. I opened more windows, turned on fans, but the odor persisted, woven into the fabric of the house itself. I found myself breathing shallowly, trying to minimize my exposure to air that felt increasingly thick and contaminated. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams that felt more like memories. I was in the basement again, but it was different, larger somehow, with corners that stretched beyond the reach of light. The dampness on the floor had spread, forming pools that reflected nothing, and there were sounds, soft scraping noises that could have been mice or settling wood, but seemed to carry intention, purpose. I woke several times during the night, each time with the sensation that something had just stopped, as if movement had ceased the moment consciousness returned. The house felt watchful, attentive in a way that made rest impossible. I lay in bed listening to silence that seemed too complete, too carefully maintained. Morning brought no relief. My housemate's bed remained made with that same hospital precision, their absence now extending beyond normal patterns. I called their workplace, speaking to a supervisor who seemed surprised by my inquiry. They hadn't shown up for several shifts, the supervisor explained, and attempts to reach them had been unsuccessful. There was talk of sending someone to check on them, but bureaucracy moved slowly, and concern hadn't yet escalated to action. I hung up the phone with my hands shaking slightly. The smell of wet matches had become a constant presence, no longer surprising but deeply embedded in my experience of the house. I moved through rooms that felt increasingly foreign, as if the familiar was slowly being replaced by something that only resembled what I knew. The basement drew me back repeatedly. I found myself descending those creaking stairs without conscious decision, pulled by a compulsion I couldn't name. The damp spots on the floor seemed to change position each time I looked, creating new patterns that suggested movement, migration, purpose. I began to map them in my mind, noting their evolution from visit to visit. It was during one of these basement visits that I found the matches. A box of wooden matches, the kind used for lighting candles or fireplaces, tucked behind a stack of old magazines. The box was damp, swollen with moisture, and when I opened it, the matches inside had that exact smell that had been haunting the house. Wet sulfur, acrid and sharp, concentrated in those small wooden sticks. But finding the matches didn't solve the mystery, it deepened it. How had they gotten wet? Why were they hidden in the basement? And why did their presence feel less like a discovery and more like a confirmation of something I'd been trying not to acknowledge? I held the box in my hands, feeling its dampness seep through the cardboard. The matches rattled softly when I shook them, a sound like small bones in a container. And suddenly I was remembering other things, fragments that had been filed away in the dark corners of consciousness. The sound of striking matches in the middle of the night, the brief flare of light under my bedroom door, gone so quickly I'd convinced myself it was imagination. The smell of smoke that I'd attributed to neighbors or distant fires. Small disturbances that I'd normalized, explained away, refused to examine too closely. But now, holding physical evidence of something I couldn't explain, those filed-away moments demanded reconsideration. Had someone been in the house, moving through rooms while I slept? Had my housemate been engaging in behaviors I'd been too polite or too afraid to acknowledge? Or was there another explanation, one that required me to question not just what had happened, but my own perception of reality? The basement felt smaller suddenly, the walls pressing closer. I climbed the stairs quickly, the box of matches still in my hand, but even in the kitchen the air felt thin, insufficient. I sat at the table where I'd sat the day before, but nothing looked the same. The shadows fell differently, the light seemed filtered through something that changed its quality, and the persistent smell of wet matches had become so much a part of my environment that I could no longer imagine the house without it. I stared at the box in my hands, this small container that held more questions than answers. The cardboard was beginning to deteriorate from the moisture, and I could see the individual matches through the translucent material, dark lines against darker background. They looked like small bones or burnt sticks or the remains of something that had once been capable of creating light. The house around me felt suspended, caught between one reality and another. My housemate's absence had become a presence of its own, filling rooms with questions that multiplied rather than resolved. And I sat in the center of it all, holding a box of wet matches, breathing air that tasted of sulfur and uncertainty, no longer sure what I knew or what I'd only imagined knowing. The afternoon light was fading again, and I realized I'd lost track of time, lost track of the ordinary markers that usually structured my days. The house had become a place outside of normal time, where cause and effect operated according to different rules, where the familiar could become foreign without warning. I set the matches on the table and stared at them, these small objects that had somehow become the center of a mystery I couldn't solve. They sat there, innocent and ominous, holding secrets that might explain everything or nothing at all. And I knew that whatever had happened in this house, whatever was still happening, I was no longer an observer but a participant, caught in a story whose ending remained unwritten. The smell of wet matches filled my nostrils, and I breathed it in, accepting it as part of the air I needed to survive. Outside, the world continued according to its usual patterns, but inside this house, inside this moment, I existed in a space where certainty had dissolved, leaving only questions that multiplied like shadows as the light continued to fade. Story 6. It smelled like old iron, damp and earthy, as though a storm had slipped inside. The scent was misplaced, settling in the air of the empty attic, where only dust and forgotten boxes should linger. My fingers trailed along the wooden banister, now rougher than I remembered, leading me up the narrow stairs toward the elusive aroma. Each step groaned softly, protesting my ascent. The scent grew stronger, pulling at the edges of a memory I couldn't quite capture. I hesitated at the top in front of the narrow door where a lone, rusted latch hung ajar. It had been years since I last saw it swaying, but the air inside seemed to beckon with a familiarity I wished I could resist. The metallic taste lingers on my tongue even now when I think about that smell, iron and rain. It comes back at strange moments when I'm washing dishes, when I pass certain doorways, when the light hits a surface just wrong. I know it means something. I know there's a reason my chest tightens whenever that scent finds me. There was a voice once, soft, almost singing. "Come up here," it said, or maybe it was "come back here." The words blur together in my mind like watercolors bleeding into each other. Someone was calling from above, from that space where the ceiling slopes down and the shadows gather thick in the corners. I remember my hand on the latch. The metal was cold, colder than it should have been. My palm stuck to it for a moment, like touching ice in winter, but it was warm outside that day. Or was it? The seasons twist together when I try to remember. Summer heat mixed with autumn dampness, spring rain falling through winter air. The boxes up there, they weren't where I left them. Someone had moved them, arranged them differently, pushed them against the walls, creating a clear space in the center. A stage almost, a place where something was meant to happen or had already happened. The dust patterns on the floor told a story I couldn't read. "Don't go up there alone." Whose voice was that? A warning that came too late or maybe too early. The words echo in my head, but I can't place the speaker. Someone who cared, someone who knew, but knew what? My foot caught on something, a loose board maybe, or something left behind. I stumbled, caught myself against the wall. My hand came away dirty, not just with dust, but with something else. Something that had been there longer, had settled deeper into the wood grain. The window up there faced the wrong direction. I'm sure of that now, though it makes no sense. Windows don't move, don't change their orientation. But I remember looking out and seeing a view that couldn't exist, shadows falling where light should be, darkness creeping in from angles that defied the sun's path. There was a sound like breathing, but not quite, like the house itself was inhaling, drawing something in. The floorboards beneath my feet felt unstable, as though they might give way at any moment. I wanted to leave, should have left, but something held me there in that space between the stairs and the door. "You found it," the voice again, clearer this time, pleased, almost proud, but found what? I was only looking, only trying to understand why that smell had drawn me up here, only trying to remember what I'd forgotten. The latch swung freely now, back and forth, like a pendulum marking time I couldn't measure. Each swing caught the dim light filtering through the window, throwing brief flashes across the walls. Morse code messages I couldn't decode, signals from a past I couldn't quite reach. My clothes felt wrong up there, too heavy or too light. The fabric clung to my skin in places, hung loose in others. Like I was wearing someone else's clothes, or like my own body had changed shape while I wasn't paying attention. Nothing fit the way it should. The iron smell was strongest near the far corner where the roof sloped lowest. I had to duck to approach it, had to move carefully around the rearranged boxes. Someone had been methodical about the placement, had thought about sight lines and access points, had planned for something. "Are you ready?" The question hung in the air like smoke, dissipating before I could grab hold of it. Ready for what? I wanted to ask, but my voice wouldn't work properly up there. The words came out wrong, shaped differently by the strange acoustics of that space. I found myself touching things I shouldn't touch. The walls, the boxes, surfaces that felt somehow contaminated. My hands moved without my permission, guided by muscle memory I didn't know I possessed. Like I'd been up there before, many times before, following a routine I'd forgotten but my body remembered. The light changed while I was up there, shifted from one quality to another, from natural to artificial, or maybe the reverse. Shadows moved independently of their sources, creating patterns that suggested movement where nothing was moving. The house was playing tricks, or my mind was, or both. "Don't tell anyone you were here." Another voice different from the first, urgent, worried. A secret being born or being protected, but secrets from whom? And why did it matter who knew about an empty attic, a space filled with nothing but dust and displaced storage boxes? My reflection in the window looked wrong. Not dramatically wrong, just subtly off, like a photograph that's been slightly overexposed. My features were my own, but somehow unfamiliar, as though I was seeing myself through someone else's eyes, or as though someone else was looking back at me through my own face. The floorboards creaked in a pattern, a rhythm that seemed almost musical. Step here, silence there, a longer groan in the corner, like a song I'd heard before but couldn't name, like a code that would make sense if I could just remember the key. There was something under one of the boxes, not hidden exactly but protected, kept safe or kept secret. I moved the box aside. It was lighter than it looked, almost empty, and found an impression in the dust. The shape of something that had been there for a long time, something that belonged there. "You're not supposed to be up here." The third voice, the one I'd been dreading, not angry, just stating a fact. Like I'd wandered into the wrong room, taken a path I wasn't meant to take. But if I wasn't supposed to be there, why did everything feel so familiar? The smell was overwhelming now, filling my nose and mouth and lungs. Iron and earth and something else, something organic and patient. The smell of things changing, transforming, becoming something other than what they were. The smell of time passing in ways it shouldn't. I tried to leave then, tried to back away from whatever I was approaching, but the space had changed around me, had shifted while I wasn't looking. The door seemed farther away, the stairs in the wrong place. The boxes had moved again, creating new corridors, new paths to follow or avoid. "Stay a little longer," the first voice again, coaxing now, like a parent trying to convince a child to remain at a party they wanted to leave. But I wasn't a child, and this wasn't a party. This was something else entirely, something I was only beginning to understand. My hands were shaking. When had that started? The tremor was slight but persistent, making it hard to touch things precisely, hard to manipulate the latch or move the boxes or steady myself against the walls. Like my body was responding to something my mind hadn't yet processed. The iron smell was coming from me now, from my clothes, my skin, my breath. I'd absorbed it somehow, taken it in and made it part of myself. Or maybe it had always been part of me, and being up there had just awakened it, brought it to the surface where I couldn't ignore it anymore. "Do you remember now?" All three voices speaking together, harmonizing in a way that made my teeth ache. Remember what? I wanted to scream, but the sound that came out was barely a whisper. Remember what I'd done, or what had been done to me. remember who I was up there or who I'd become. The window showed me the same impossible view, shadows falling upward, light bending in directions that violated physics. Or maybe physics didn't apply up there, maybe that space existed outside normal rules, outside the constraints that govern the rest of the house, the rest of the world. I was moving toward the corner again, drawn by something stronger than curiosity. My feet found the quiet spots between the creaking boards, following a path I'd learned but couldn't remember learning. Step, pause, step, avoid the loose board near the wall, duck under the low beam. The impression in the dust was deeper than I'd first noticed. Not just the shape of something that had rested there, but something that had pressed down, had exerted weight and pressure over time. Something heavy, or something that had been pressed down deliberately, held in place. Almost there, the encouragement felt wrong, felt like praise for something I shouldn't be doing. But I couldn't stop now, couldn't turn back from whatever revelation was waiting in that corner where the roof met the floor and the shadows gathered thickest. My reflection in the window was changing as I moved, becoming clearer or maybe becoming someone else entirely. The features were shifting subtly, rearranging themselves into a face I recognized but couldn't name. Someone I'd known, someone I'd forgotten, someone who'd been waiting up there for me to remember. The latch was still swinging, still catching the light, still marking time that moved differently up there. Each flash illuminated something new, revealed another detail I'd missed, another piece of a puzzle I was afraid to solve. But the pieces were fitting together now, forming a picture I didn't want to see. You've always known. The voices were quieter now, more intimate, speaking directly into my ear, into my mind. Of course I'd known, had always known. The iron smell, the rearranged boxes, the impossible window, the voices calling from above. It had all been waiting for me to stop pretending, stop hiding from what I'd done or what I'd witnessed or what I'd become. The corner was different now that I was close to it, not empty, not quite, filled with potential, with possibility, with the weight of things that had happened or were about to happen. The air was thicker there, harder to breathe, charged with significance I couldn't decode. I knelt in the dust, in the impression left by whatever had been there before. My knees fit perfectly into the worn spots, my hands found their natural resting places on either side. Like I'd knelt there before, many times before, participating in something I'd chosen to forget. The iron smell was so strong now it had taste, texture, weight. It filled my mouth like liquid, coated my throat like medicine or poison. I could feel it changing me from the inside out, awakening parts of myself I'd kept buried, bringing back knowledge I'd worked so hard to lose. Welcome back, the greeting was warm, affectionate, relieved, like I'd been away on a long journey and had finally returned home. But this wasn't home, this was just an attic, just a storage space in a house I barely remembered, wasn't it? The window reflection showed me the truth now, showed me who I really was up there in that space where normal rules didn't apply. Not the person I pretended to be downstairs, in the world where people had names and places, had addresses, and time moved in predictable directions. Someone else entirely, someone who belonged in that corner, in that dust, in that iron-scented air. I reached for the spot where the impression was deepest, where something had rested longest. My hand sank into the dust as though it were water, as though the solid floor had become permeable, welcoming. The wood beneath was warm, warmer than it should be, warmer than anything in that dusty space had any right to be. Don't fight it, the advice came with the weight of experience, of knowledge gained through repetition. This had happened before, would happen again. I was just playing my part in a cycle that had been turning long before I arrived, would continue turning long after I left, if I ever left. The voices were inside me now, speaking with my own voice, thinking with my own thoughts. Or maybe it was the reverse. Maybe I was finally hearing my own voice clearly for the first time, finally thinking my own thoughts without the interference of whatever I'd used to block them out. The iron smell wasn't unpleasant anymore. It was familiar, comforting, like coming home after a long absence. It spoke of permanence, of things that endured, of transformations that couldn't be undone. It spoke of truth, finally, after so many lies I'd told myself. I stood up slowly, my knees protesting the movement. How long had I been kneeling there? The light from the window had changed again, shifted to a quality I didn't recognize, illuminating the space in ways that revealed new details, new connections, new understanding. The boxes weren't random storage after all. They were arranged with purpose, positioned to create specific sight lines, to hide certain things while revealing others. Someone had spent time up there, had made careful decisions about what should be seen and what should remain hidden. Someone who knew the space intimately, who understood its possibilities. You understand now, not a question, a statement of fact. And I did understand, finally, though the understanding came with a weight I wasn't sure I could carry. The iron smell, the rearranged boxes, the impossible reflections, the voices that spoke with increasing familiarity, it all made sense now in a way that made no sense at all. I moved toward the stairs, but slowly, reluctantly. Part of me wanted to stay up there in that space where truth lived, where pretense wasn't necessary, where the iron smell could fill my lungs without apology. But another part of me, the part that still remembered how to live in the world below, knew I had to leave. The latch was still now hanging motionless in the strange light, no longer marking time, no longer sending signals. Its work was done, its purpose fulfilled. It had brought me up there, had kept me there long enough for the voices to do their work, for the memories to surface, for the understanding to take hold. You'll be back. The certainty in the voice was absolute, unshakable. Of course I'd be back. The iron smell would call me, would draw me up those creaking stairs again and again, until I stopped pretending it was just an attic, just a storage space, just a place where dust gathered and boxes sat forgotten. I descended the stairs carefully, each step taking me further from the truth and closer to the comfortable lies I'd built my life around. But the iron smell followed me down, clung to my clothes and skin and hair, a reminder, a promise, a threat. The house felt different now that I'd been up there, now that I'd remembered what I'd worked so hard to forget. The walls seemed thinner, more permeable. The boundaries between spaces less defined, as though the attic had infected the rest of the house with its strange properties, its flexible relationship with reality. I tried to shower away the iron smell, tried to scrub it from my skin and wash it from my hair, but it had gone deeper than surface contamination, had become part of my chemistry, my essence. I could taste it when I breathed, feel it in my pulse, hear it in the rhythm of my heartbeat. The voices were quieter now, but not gone, whispering at the edges of my consciousness like a radio playing in another room, reminding me of what I'd learned up there, of what I'd always known but had chosen to forget, reminding me that some truths, once awakened, refused to sleep again. I went about my daily routines, but everything felt performative now, like I was playing a role in a play I'd forgotten I was in. The person who cooked meals and paid bills and made conversation that wasn't really me. The real me was up there in that corner, kneeling in the dust, breathing iron-scented air, listening to voices that spoke truth instead of comfort. At night I could hear movement above me. Soft footsteps, the whisper of boxes being moved, the creak of floorboards under careful weight. Someone was up there, or something was, continuing the work I'd interrupted, maintaining the space I'd disturbed, keeping it ready for my return. The iron smell grew stronger as days passed, not weaker. It saturated my dreams, flavored my food, colored my perception of everything around me. I was changing, transforming, becoming something other than what I'd been. Or maybe I was just becoming what I'd always been, underneath the layers of denial and self-deception. I found myself standing at the bottom of those stairs more and more often, drawn by the familiar scent, by the promise of truth waiting above. My hand would rest on the banister, feeling the rough wood grain, tracing the path my fingers had followed before, the path they would follow again. Come back up. The invitation was constant now, no longer confined to that attic space, but following me throughout the house, throughout my life. A gentle but insistent pull toward the corner where I belonged, where I'd always belonged, where the iron smell was strongest and the truth was clearest. I knew I would return, not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. The understanding I'd gained up there was incomplete, fragmentary. There were more memories to recover, more truth to face, more transformation to undergo. The iron smell was just the beginning, just the first note in a song I was only starting to remember. The latch would be swinging again when I climbed those stairs, marking time that moved differently up there, sending signals I was finally learning to read. The boxes would be arranged in new configurations, revealing fresh possibilities, hiding different secrets. The voices would be waiting, ready to guide me deeper into understanding, deeper into the truth of what I was and what I'd done and what I was becoming. The iron smell calls to me even now as I tell this story, as I try to make sense of fragments that resist organization, memories that shift and change each time I examine them. It promises clarity, promises completion, promises an end to the questions that multiply faster than I can answer them. But I know now that some questions aren't meant to be answered, some truths aren't meant to be fully understood. Some smells are meant to linger, to call us back, to remind us that there are spaces in our lives, in our houses, in our minds, in our souls where normal rules don't apply, where transformation is always possible, where the iron scent of change hangs heavy in the air, waiting for us to climb those creaking stairs and breathe it in. Story 7. I sat poised on the edge of the chair, eyes locked on the latch that trembled slightly in the evening draft. The room whispered with the soft shuffle of curtains, the steady tick interrupting the silence from an unseen clock. Shadows stretched long, refusing to settle, as if something shifted beyond the corners my eyes could reach. It was the silence with a pulse, every creak a message half revealed. As I waited, the air thickened, holding its breath. Then, so subtly, the latch rocked open, and I was left staring at a darkness that should never have been. The coffee had gone cold in my hands. I remember that detail because the mug was white ceramic with a chip on the handle, and I'd been gripping it when she first mentioned the missing photographs. Not missing, she'd corrected herself. Misplaced. But photographs don't misplace themselves. I found the first envelope tucked beneath the loose floorboard in the basement. My fingers had been searching for the source of that persistent scratching sound, the one that started after the rains. Inside, 12 black and white images of the house, taken from the outside, different angles, different seasons, the trees bare in some, full in others. Always the same window circled in red ink. My bedroom window. She used to stand at the kitchen sink, washing dishes that were already clean. I'd watch her from the doorway, how her shoulders curved inward, how she'd pause between plates as if listening for something. When I asked what she was doing, she'd smile that careful smile and say she was just thinking. About what, I'd ask. About how sounds carry differently at night. The second envelope appeared on the porch swing. I hadn't checked the mail in 3 days, maybe 4. Time moves strangely when you're watching for patterns. These photographs were different, closer. The lens had captured details I'd never noticed. The way the paint peeled near the window frame, how the curtain hung slightly askew, a shadow that might have been a person standing just inside. I started keeping a journal then, not of events but of sounds. The house settling at 10:15, footsteps overhead at 11:30, though no one lived upstairs. The soft thud against the back door that came in sets of 3, always 3, just before dawn. She found the journal. We never talked about what she read there, but her washing routine changed. She started humming while she worked, old songs I didn't recognize. The melodies filled the spaces where silence used to live, and I realized she'd been afraid of those silences too. The third envelope never came in the mail. I found it in my jacket pocket, the one hanging in the hall closet. My fingers discovered it while searching for car keys, and the paper crinkled like autumn leaves. These photographs were taken from inside the house. The angle suggested someone standing in the living room, camera pointed toward the kitchen, toward her washing those eternally clean dishes. But I was the only one with a key. She left on a Tuesday. I remember because the garbage trucks run on Tuesday, and their rumbling woke me to find her side of the bed already cold. No note, no explanation, just the absence of her humming and the return of those careful silences. The scratching in the basement grew louder. I followed the sound with a flashlight past the water heater and the boxes of seasonal decorations. Behind the furnace I found a loose section of wall. The wood came away easily, as if it had been opened before. Inside, a small space, empty except for a single photograph. This one was in color, recent. It showed me sitting in that chair by the window, the one where I waited each evening. My face was turned toward the camera, but I had no memory of posing. In the background, barely visible, a figure stood in the doorway. Her figure, but the photograph was dated after she'd left. I started checking the locks obsessively. Front door, back door, basement entrance, every window. The ritual became a prayer of sorts, each turn of each latch a small bargain with uncertainty. Still, things moved. A book shifted on a shelf. A glass appeared in the sink. Fresh coffee brewed itself in the morning. The envelope with my name written in her handwriting arrived on a Thursday. Inside, a single sheet of paper, not a letter, just an address, a place I didn't recognize in a part of town I'd never visited. Below the address, a time. No signature, no explanation, just coordinates for a meeting I wasn't sure I wanted to attend. But I went. The address led to a storage facility, row upon row of identical units stretching into the evening haze. The number she'd written corresponded to a unit in the back corner, its orange door slightly ajar. Inside, boxes, dozens of them, each labeled with dates spanning months, maybe years. I opened the nearest box. Photographs, hundreds of them, all of the house, all from different angles, different times, but not random surveillance. These images told a story, documented a progression. They showed the house changing, small details shifting, a new plant in a window, different curtains, furniture rearranged. Changes I didn't remember making. At the bottom of the box, a camera, professional grade, expensive. The kind used by someone who understood light and shadow, who knew how to capture truth in silver and grain. I'd never seen it before, but my fingerprints were already on the lens. The last box contained mirrors. Not photographs of mirrors, but actual mirrors. Small ones, the kind used for makeup or shaving. each one wrapped carefully in tissue paper, each one positioned to reflect a specific angle. I understood then. The photographs hadn't been taken by someone standing in the rooms. They'd been taken by someone who'd placed mirrors strategically, who'd learned to see around corners, through doorways, into spaces that should have been private. Someone who'd been watching for a very long time. I drove home with the camera on the passenger seat. The house looked different now, or maybe I was seeing it clearly for the first time. Every window seemed like an eye, every shadow a hiding place. I parked in the driveway and sat for a long moment, studying the structure I'd called home. The red circles from the early photographs made sense now. They weren't marking targets, they were marking blind spots. Places where mirrors could be hidden. Inside, I began the search systematically. Behind picture frames, tucked into light fixtures, wedged between books on shelves, I found 17 mirrors, each one positioned to reflect into another, creating a network of sight lines that covered every room. Someone could stand in the basement and see the bedroom, could hide in the closet and watch the kitchen, could document every moment of a life without ever being seen. The camera's memory card contained over 1,000 images. I scrolled through them on the small LCD screen, watching my life play out in reverse chronological order. There I was, brushing my teeth, reading the newspaper, sleeping. The timestamps showed the photos had been taken over months, a comprehensive catalog of ordinary moments made sinister by their unauthorized capture. But the strangest thing was the progression. The early photos showed me alone, just me going through the motions of solitary living. Then gradually she appeared in the frames, first as a shadow in the background, then more clearly. The photos documented not just my life, but her entrance into it, her slow integration into my routines. As if someone had been planning it. I found her in the basement. Not hiding, not lurking, just standing near the furnace, looking up at me with that same careful smile. She held a small digital recorder in her hands, the kind used for interviews or note-taking. When she saw me notice it, she pressed play. My voice filled the basement air, but not my voice as I knew it. This voice was different, harder. It spoke about surveillance techniques, about psychological manipulation, about the thrill of watching someone who didn't know they were being watched. It talked about her like she was a subject, an experiment. I had no memory of making that recording. She set the device on the concrete floor between us and spoke for the first time in weeks. Her voice was steady, unsurprised. You left this running during one of your episodes. Episodes, the word hung in the air like smoke. The doctor said you might not remember them. That's why I started taking the photographs, evidence, documentation, proof of what you were becoming when you weren't yourself. I stared at the recorder, at the small red light that indicated it was still running. But then you started to suspect me instead of suspecting yourself, and I realized the documentation had become part of the problem. You weren't seeing the truth anymore. You were seeing a story you'd constructed to avoid the truth. The basement felt smaller suddenly, the walls pressing closer. So I left to see what you'd do, to see if the episodes would stop or if they'd get worse. She gestured toward the camera I still held. You've been photographing yourself. All those pictures you thought someone else was taking. You've been placing the mirrors, leaving the envelopes, creating the mystery you've been trying to solve. I wanted to argue, to deny, but something in the weight of the camera felt familiar now. The way it balanced in my hands, the muscle memory of adjusting focus, framing shots. The scratching sounds were you moving the mirrors around. The footsteps upstairs were you sleepwalking. The coffee brewing itself was you getting up before dawn and forgetting. My finger found the camera's power button. The LCD screen flickered to life, showing the last image taken. It was a photograph of her, standing exactly where she stood now. The timestamp showed it had been captured just moments before I'd walked down the stairs. But I had no memory of taking it. She picked up the recorder and held it toward me. Listen to the rest. The voice that emerged was mine, but speaking words I didn't remember thinking. It talked about love as a form of surveillance, about the need to document and control. It described elaborate plans for monitoring her movements, for ensuring she could never truly leave. It spoke with the calm certainty of someone who believed their obsession was justified. Someone who had convinced themselves they were the victim rather than the perpetrator. The recording ended, but the basement held onto the echo of that strange voice. My voice speaking thoughts I couldn't claim as my own. She moved toward the stairs, pausing at the bottom step. I came back because I thought you deserved to know, to understand what's been happening to you, but I can't stay, not while you're fragmenting like this. I wanted to follow her to explain or apologize or argue, but my feet felt rooted to the concrete floor, and the camera in my hands seemed to be growing heavier. The episodes are getting longer, she said without turning around. Soon there might not be any space left for the person I used to know. Her footsteps echoed up the wooden stairs, and I heard the basement door close with a soft click. I stood alone among the mirrors and the evidence of my own unraveling, holding a camera that knew more about my life than I did. The red light on the recorder continued to blink, documenting this moment too, adding it to the catalog of things I might not remember. Outside, a car engine started and pulled away. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step a small negotiation with gravity and certainty. The house felt different now, not because anything had changed, but because I was seeing it through different eyes. The eyes of someone who had been both the watcher and the watched, the hunter and the hunted. In the living room, I sat down in the chair by the window, the same chair where this had all started, or where I'd first become aware it was starting. The latch on the window trembled slightly in the evening draft, just as it had before. But now I wondered if I'd been the one making it tremble. I raised the camera and focused the lens on my own reflection in the window glass. My finger hovered over the shutter button, uncertain whether pressing it would be an act of documentation or an act of creation. In the viewfinder, I could see myself clearly for the first time in months. Behind my reflected image, the room stretched away into darkness, full of corners where mirrors might be hidden, where other versions of myself might be standing and watching. The camera's autofocus clicked softly as it searched for something solid to capture, something real enough to hold in silver and light. Story 8. I insisted to them that my hands hadn't left my pockets, that I'd merely glanced through the dusty window, nothing more. A shallow nod from the officer, his eyes skimming over the page as he scribbled. The air was heavy with a metallic tang hanging like an unspoken truth in the room. My fingertips itched, carrying the imprint of something cold and smooth, a surface I shouldn't have known. The flickering bulb overhead cast shadows that seemed to creep along the walls, restless and accusing. Dampness lingered in the thick carpet, a silent witness to steps I claimed not to have taken, and when I looked at the darkened corner, I was sure I caught a glint that still made my heart clench. I left out the weight I felt in my pocket, but the residue was evident on my skin. The pencil in my grip feels familiar now, worn wood against my palm as I trace these words. The same pressure, the same resistance. I wonder if this is what guilt feels like, this constant return to details that shift like sand beneath examination. The apartment above the bookstore had windows that caught afternoon light in peculiar ways, casting geometric patterns across hardwood floors that creaked with the building's age. She lived there alone, they said, the woman with the careful smile who counted change twice before placing it in the register. I'd bought books from her mysteries, mostly. The irony wasn't lost on me later, sitting in that interrogation room with its stuttering fluorescent and the detective's tired eyes. But I'm getting ahead of myself, or behind. Time has become elastic since that day, stretching and contracting without warning. The first time I noticed something wrong was the smell. Not the usual mustiness of old paper and binding glue, but something sharper, chemical. It drifted down from the upstairs apartment through gaps in the ceiling, settling over the poetry section like a warning. I was browsing, running my finger along spine after spine, when the scent hit me. My hand paused on a collection of confessional poets. The title now escapes me, though I can still feel the texture of its cover. Rough cloth binding, navy blue with gold lettering that had begun to fade. The woman behind the counter was arranging something in a small box. Her movements were precise, almost ritualistic. When she noticed me watching, she smiled that careful smile and closed the lid with a soft click. "Finding everything you need." Her voice carried a tremor I hadn't heard before, or perhaps I'd never listened closely enough. Memory is unreliable that way, coloring past moments with present knowledge. I bought the book of poems and left, but the smell followed me home, clinging to my jacket like an accusation. The detective's questions came in waves, each one seemingly random, yet building toward something I couldn't quite grasp. He had a habit of clicking his pen between thoughts, a rhythmic punctuation that grew more frequent as the interview progressed. "You were a regular customer." "Yes." "How regular?" "Weekly, sometimes twice a week." "That's quite frequent for a bookstore." I explained about my reading habits, my preference for browsing over ordering online. He nodded, made notes, clicked his pen. The sound echoed in the small room, bouncing off walls painted an institutional green that reminded me of hospitals. "Did you ever go upstairs?" "No, never. She lived there, it was private." "But you were curious." Was I? The question lingers even now, unanswered and unanswerable. Curiosity implies intention, and I'm no longer certain what I intended that day. The second time I smelled it, the chemical sharpness was stronger. It seemed to emanate from the ceiling itself, as if the building were exhaling something toxic. The woman wasn't at her usual post behind the register. Instead, I found her in the back room, surrounded by boxes and loose papers. "Spring cleaning," she said, though the season was wrong. Her hands were stained ink, I thought then. Now I'm less certain. She was disposing of things, she explained. Old inventory, damaged books, personal items she no longer needed. The boxes were destined for various places, donation centers, recycling facilities, the dump. She spoke with the efficiency of someone working through a checklist, but her eyes held something else. Relief, perhaps, or fear masquerading as relief. I offered to help carry the boxes to her car. She declined quickly, almost sharply, then softened her refusal with that careful smile. "I can manage, but thank you." The stains on her hands were dark, almost black in the dim light of the back room. They covered her fingertips and crept up toward her wrists like shadows. The building had a back entrance, accessible through an alley that smelled of rain and rotting leaves. I discovered this by accident, taking a wrong turn while looking for parking. The door was propped open with a brick, and I could see stairs leading up to what must have been her apartment. I didn't go in, this much is true, though I understand why my certainty might seem suspect. But I stood there in the alley, listening to sounds from above, footsteps, the scrape of furniture being moved. Once a sound that might have been crying, though it could have been the building settling or pipes groaning in the walls. The detective asked about this moment specifically. How long did you stand there? A few minutes. Doing what? Listening. To what? I'm not sure. His pen clicked faster. The fluorescent light hummed overhead, casting everything in harsh relief. I could see dust motes dancing in the air between us, suspended and aimless. Did you see anything? Through the door. Through the door, through windows, anything. I closed my eyes, trying to reconstruct the moment. The alley, the propped door, the narrow staircase disappearing into darkness above. Had there been windows? There must have been, but I couldn't recall looking up. I don't think so. You don't think so, or you didn't. The distinction felt important, though I couldn't articulate why. Memory and certainty were becoming strangers to each other in that room. The last time I saw her, she was different, lighter somehow, as if she'd shed some invisible burden. The chemical smell was gone, replaced by the familiar mustiness of old books and the faint lavender scent she sometimes wore. She was reorganizing the mystery section, moving books from one shelf to another according to some system I couldn't decipher. Her hands were clean, the dark stains washed away or faded. She hummed while she worked a tune I didn't recognize but found oddly comforting. Big changes, I asked, gesturing at the rearranged shelves. Fresh start, she replied. Sometimes you have to clear away the old to make room for the new. She seemed genuinely happy, more relaxed than I'd seen her in months. When I bought my books 2 mysteries and a collection of essays, she counted my change only once. I left feeling oddly unsettled by her contentment. The call came 3 days later. A neighbor had complained about a smell not chemical this time, but organic, sweet and cloying and wrong. The police found the apartment empty except for cleaning supplies and a single suitcase packed with essentials. She was gone, had been gone, they estimated, since the day after our last conversation. The neighbor's complaint led to a more thorough investigation, which led to questions about regular customers, which led to me sitting in that institutional green room with its flickering light and persistent humidity. The detective showed me photographs, the apartment stripped bare except for stains on the hardwood floor that no amount of bleach could fully erase. The bookstore closed and dark with a hastily written sign taped to the door. My own face, captured by a security camera I hadn't noticed, browsing the shelves with the focused attention of someone genuinely interested in books. You were there the day before she left. Apparently. Did she seem agitated, nervous? The opposite, she seemed happy. He made a note, clicked his pen. The sound was beginning to feel like a heartbeat, steady and ominous. Happy people don't usually disappear. I had no response to this. In the silence that followed, I became aware of my own breathing, shallow and careful, as if the air itself might betray me. The thing in my pocket had been there since that last visit, though I couldn't remember picking it up. A small object, metallic and smooth, that seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour. During the interview, I kept my hands folded on the table, afraid that any movement might draw attention to the weight pulling at my jacket. It wasn't until I was home, alone in my own apartment with its familiar smells and comfortable shadows, that I finally examined what I'd somehow acquired. A small silver key, old-fashioned and ornate, with a number etched into its surface. The kind of key that might open a safety deposit box or a filing cabinet or a door I'd never seen. I turned it over in my palm, feeling its edges and curves, trying to understand how it had come to be mine. The metal was warm, as if it had been recently held by someone else. Someone whose careful smile and dark-stained fingers had become part of a mystery I hadn't meant to join. The detective had asked if I knew where she might have gone. "People don't just vanish," he'd said, though we both knew this wasn't true. "People vanish all the time, leaving behind only questions and the faint impressions of their passage." I told him I had no idea, which was mostly honest. But the key in my pocket suggested otherwise, implied knowledge I didn't consciously possess. It was evidence of something, a transaction, a trust, a moment of connection I couldn't quite recall. The bookstore remained closed for weeks after her disappearance. I walked past it regularly, noting the accumulation of mail behind the door and the way dust gathered on the windows. Sometimes I thought I saw movement in the upstairs apartment, shadows shifting behind curtains that should have been empty. But when I looked more carefully, there was nothing. The investigation continued without me. I'd given my statement, submitted to their questions, allowed them to search my apartment with its towers of books and quiet corners. They found nothing incriminating because there was nothing to find, though the key remained hidden in a drawer where even I tried to forget about it. Weeks passed, the seasons changed. The building that had housed the bookstore was sold to developers who planned to convert it into condominiums. I watched from across the street as workers gutted the interior, removing walls and floors and whatever secrets might have been embedded in the structure. They found things, of course. Old buildings always yield treasures and mysteries when open to careful examination. But nothing that made the news, nothing that brought the detective back to my door with his clicking pen and institutional questions. The key sits in my desk drawer now, wrapped in tissue paper like something precious. I take it out sometimes, hold it up to the light, trace the number etched into its surface with my fingertip. The metal has grown cold with disuse, but it still carries the weight of possibility. I've never tried to use it. Some doors are meant to remain locked, some mysteries better left unsolved. But I keep it anyway, this small silver question mark that connects me to a woman who counted change twice and smiled carefully and disappeared into the space between certainty and doubt. The detective was wrong about happy people. They disappear all the time, leaving behind only the impression of their contentment and the faint chemical smell of secrets being dissolved. What he didn't understand, what I'm only beginning to understand, is that sometimes disappearing is the happiest ending available. I still buy books, though from different stores now. I still read mysteries, though they feel different somehow, less like entertainment and more like instruction manuals for navigating the ambiguous spaces between truth and fiction. And sometimes when I'm browsing the shelves, I catch a whiff of something sharp and chemical, and my hand moves instinctively to my pocket, searching for weight that's no longer there. The key remains in my drawer, patient and persistent, waiting for me to remember what I've forgotten or to forget what I remember. In the end, perhaps that's all any of us can do, carry the small silver questions we've somehow acquired and trust that their purpose will reveal itself when we're ready to understand what we've always known. The stains on her hands were never ink. The chemical smell was never cleaning supplies. The careful smile was never meant for customers. But these realizations come too late, or perhaps too early. Truth has its own timeline, independent of investigation and interrogation. It emerges when it chooses, carrying with it the weight of complicity and the cold, smooth certainty of metal against skin. I insisted to them that my hands hadn't left my pockets, and in the way that matters most, this was true. But pockets have their own gravity, their own way of collecting what we need before we know we need it. The key is still there in the drawer, wrapped in tissue paper, waiting, story 9. I had just emptied the trash, the bag crinkling as it dropped into the bin. The kitchen felt too quiet, the clock's ticking had stopped. My fingers brushed a smudge on the counter, sticky and unfamiliar. The scent of lemon cleaner clung to the air but didn't mask the underlying bitterness. I moved to wipe the frame of the empty picture hanging over the table, sensing an absence I couldn't place. The space seemed unnaturally still, as if it remembered something I had forgotten. And for the first time, the silence hummed a different tune. The empty frame stared back at me. When had I removed the photograph? The glass was clean, spotless even, but the backing remained, a faded rectangle where something had once lived. I traced the edge with my thumb, feeling the slight ridge where dust had gathered around what was no longer there. She had been standing by this same counter when I first interviewed her. Or was it the living room? Memory shifts like water, pooling in different places each time I try to hold it. Her hands were steady as she poured coffee, the steam rising between us like a barrier. She spoke in measured sentences, each word carefully selected. He left for work at the usual time, she had said. Nothing seemed different. But something had seemed different to me. The way she held her shoulders, perhaps, too rigid for grief, too controlled for confusion. I wrote it down in my notebook, though I'm not sure why. Instinct, maybe, or paranoia. The notebook sits in my desk drawer now, pages filled with observations that contradict each other. I flip through it sometimes, searching for the thread that will pull everything together. Instead, I find fragments. Tuesday, she wore the blue sweater asterisk. Thursday claims she doesn't own a blue sweater asterisk. Coffee cup on the counter 2 rings, not 1 asterisk. Says she only drinks tea. Did I write these things? The handwriting looks like mine, but the ink seems different. Darker in some places, as if I had pressed too hard or gone over the letters multiple times. The case officially closed 3 months ago. Or was it 4? Time moves strangely when you're grasping at shadows. The department called it a missing person case gone cold. Adults have the right to disappear, they said. No evidence of foul play. No signs of struggle. Just an empty house and a wife who claimed to know nothing. But I keep coming back to that kitchen. To the way the light fell across the linoleum, creating patterns that seemed almost deliberate. To the sound of her voice when she said his name, like she was testing how it felt on her tongue. The phone rang while I was there. She answered it on the second ring, her voice brightening in a way that felt rehearsed. No, he's not available right now, she said to whoever was on the other end. Can I take a message? She hung up and looked at me with eyes that held too much knowledge. Telemarketer, she explained, but the caller ID had shown a local number. I made a note of it, though when I checked later, it belonged to a business that had been closed for over a year. These are the details that wake me at night. small inconsistencies that might mean everything or nothing at all. The human mind creates patterns where none exist, I know this. We're designed to find meaning in chaos, to construct narratives that make sense of senseless things. Yet I can't shake the feeling that I missed something crucial. A word, a gesture, a moment when the truth revealed itself and I was looking in the wrong direction. I found myself driving past their house again last week. The lawn was overgrown, newspapers piling up on the front step. A realtor's sign had appeared in the yard, though I hadn't seen any mention of it in the public records. When I knocked on the door, no one answered, but I could have sworn I saw a curtain move in the upstairs window. The neighbor across the street was watering his garden. I approached him casually, mentioned that I was following up on an old case. He looked at me with confusion. "What case?" he asked. "Nothing ever happened in that house. Nice couple, quiet. They moved away a few months ago." Moved away together. Of course together, why wouldn't they? I showed him the missing person report, the photograph we had circulated. He studied it carefully, then shook his head. Never seen this man before in my life. But he had, I was certain of it. I had interviewed him myself, right here in this same driveway. He had told me about seeing the husband leave for work that morning, about how he always waved but seemed distracted that day. We had stood in this exact spot, the sprinkler casting rainbows in the morning sun. Now he was looking at me like I was the one who had disappeared. I drove home in a daze, questioning everything. My notes, my memories, my own perception of events. The case file sat on my passenger seat, thick with reports and witness statements that suddenly felt insubstantial, like they might blow away in the wind. At home, I spread everything across my dining room table. Photographs, interview transcripts, phone records, bank statements, the paper trail of a life that may or may not have existed. I arranged and rearranged the pieces, looking for the pattern that would make sense of it all. The wife's statement was consistent across multiple interviews. Too consistent, perhaps, word for word identical in places where natural variation should occur. People don't remember conversations exactly the same way twice. They embellish, they forget details, they contradict themselves. It's human nature. But her story never changed. Not a single detail, not a single word. I called the station, asked to speak with my partner on the case. The desk sergeant put me on hold, came back a few minutes later with confusion in his voice. "You worked that case alone," he said. "Always work alone, you know that." Do I know that? The memory of sitting across from someone in the interview room is so vivid I can smell their aftershave, hear the scratch of their pen on paper. We had discussed the case over coffee, debated whether to pursue certain leads. I remember their voice, their opinions, their skepticism about the wife's story. But apparently they never existed. I hung up the phone and stared at my reflection in the black screen. My face looked unfamiliar, older than I remembered. There were lines around my eyes that seemed to have appeared overnight, a weariness that went deeper than simple fatigue. The photograph from the missing person report stared back at me from the table. A middle-aged man with kind eyes and a slight smile. Someone's husband, someone's father, someone's son. But the longer I looked at it, the more it seemed to shift and blur. The features became less distinct, the smile more ambiguous. I picked up the phone to call the wife, to ask her the questions that had been eating at me for months. But when I dialed the number from my notes, a recorded message told me it had been disconnected. No forwarding information available. The real estate office had no record of the listing I had seen. The sign in the yard had vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. When I drove by the house again, it looked lived in once more. Lights in the windows, a car in the driveway, children's toys scattered across the lawn. A different family entirely. I sat in my car across the street, watching them through their windows. A mother helping her daughter with homework at the kitchen table. A father reading the newspaper in his favorite chair. Normal, domestic, real in a way that my case had never felt. Had any of it actually happened? The missing man, the careful wife, the interviews that led nowhere? Or had I constructed an elaborate fiction to fill some void in my own life, some need for mystery in a world that offered only routine? The evidence was there in my files, in my notes, but evidence can be manufactured even unconsciously. Memory is unreliable, prone to revision and embellishment. We remember what we need to remember, forget what we need to forget. I started the car and drove home, the case files still spread across my dining room table like pieces of a puzzle that might never fit together. The empty picture frame in my kitchen caught my eye as I passed, and I wondered again what photograph it had once held. Perhaps it had always been empty. Perhaps I had imagined the picture just as I might have imagined everything else. The mind fills in blanks, creates connections, builds stories from fragments of half-remembered dreams. But the sticky residue on the counter was real. I could feel it under my fingertips, tacky and persistent. Something had been there, something had been removed. The absence was as tangible as any presence. I opened my notebook one more time, reading through the contradictory entries, the impossible details, the witness statements that made no sense. At the bottom of the last page, in handwriting that might or might not be mine, someone had written a single question. What if the one who disappeared was you? The words seemed to pulse on the page, growing larger and smaller with each breath I took. I closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer, but the question lingered in the air like smoke. Outside, the world continued its normal rhythm. Cars passed on the street, neighbors walked their dogs, children played in yards, life proceeding as it always had, as it always would. But I remained suspended between what I remembered and what might have been, between the case that consumed me and the possibility that it had never existed at all. The kitchen clock had started ticking again, marking time that felt both precious and meaningless. I wiped the counter one more time, but the sticky residue remained, a small proof of something I could neither explain nor forget. In the end, that might be all any of us have. The residue of experiences that may or may not have happened, the traces of lives that may or may not have been lived. We cling to these fragments because they're all we have, because without them we might discover that we too have disappeared. The silence hummed its different tune, and I listened, trying to decode its meaning. But some songs are meant to remain mysteries, their melodies heard but never fully understood. Story 10. The inkstand. It smelled like warm ink, the kind that clung to fresh paper and lingered long after the words had been printed. The scent wafted through the room, curling around the corners like a whisper. I stood in the dim light of the study, the soft rustle of papers under my hand grounding me momentarily. But the air was too still, as if waiting, and the subtle aroma was impossible to ignore. I glanced at the desk, its surface clear except for a single blank sheet that caught the fading light. It felt like a memory pressing in, elusive yet insistent, pulling at threads I'd left untangled. I hadn't smelled ink like that since it disappeared. The house belonged to my colleague now, passed down through circumstances that still felt surreal. I'd volunteered to help sort through the remaining belongings, thinking it would bring closure. Instead, I found myself standing in a room that felt frozen, as if someone had simply stepped out and never returned. My fingers traced the edge of the desk drawer. It slid open with barely a whisper, revealing neat stacks of correspondence, bills, and what appeared to be journal entries. The handwriting was familiar, yet somehow different than I remembered, more careful, more deliberate, each letter formed with precision that seemed almost forced. I lifted the first page and held it closer to the window. The words were ordinary enough observations about the weather, notes about daily routines, mentions of meetings and appointments, but something in the rhythm felt rehearsed, like lines memorized for a performance. The ink was darker in some places, as if the pen had lingered too long on certain words. The sound of my own breathing seemed too loud in the silence. I set the paper down and noticed how my hand trembled slightly. This was supposed to be simple. Pack up personal items, donate what could be donated, close a chapter that had been left hanging open for months. But the smell of ink kept pulling me back to that evening when everything changed. We'd been working late on a case that had consumed us both for weeks. A missing person investigation that had grown cold, then suddenly heated up again with new evidence. I remembered the excitement in the voice across from me, the way fingers drummed against the desk when a breakthrough seemed imminent. Then nothing, just an empty office the next morning and questions that multiplied faster than answers. I moved to the filing cabinet, each drawer sliding open with a metallic whisper. The folders were organized with obsessive precision, labeled in that same careful handwriting. Case files, research notes, newspaper clippings all arranged chronologically. But as I flipped through them, I noticed gaps, missing dates, folders that should have contained more than they did. One folder caught my attention. It was thicker than the others, wedged between files from different years as if it had been hastily placed there. Inside, I found photographs, not the usual crime scene images or surveillance photos we typically dealt with, but personal pictures. People at restaurants, walking down streets, entering buildings, all taken from a distance with a telephoto lens that captured subjects who clearly didn't know they were being watched. My stomach tightened as I recognized some of the faces, colleagues, witnesses from old cases, people who had no apparent connection to each other except for their presence in this secret collection. And at the bottom of the stack, a photo that made my breath catch in my throat. It was me, leaving my apartment building, keys in hand, completely unaware of the camera capturing the moment. The timestamp showed it had been taken just days before the disappearance. I set the photo down with shaking fingers and stepped back from the desk. The room suddenly felt smaller, the air thicker. The smell of ink seemed stronger now, almost overwhelming. I looked around with new eyes, noticing details that hadn't registered before. The position of the chair, angled to face the window with a clear view of the street below. The small binoculars on the bookshelf, partially hidden behind a row of legal texts. The map on the wall, marked with small pins in locations I was beginning to recognize. My phone buzzed, startling me. A text from my supervisor asking about my progress with the cleanup. I typed back that I needed more time, then immediately regretted sending it. More time for what? To uncover more evidence that my colleague had been living a double life. To discover that someone I trusted had been watching me, documenting my movements, treating me like a subject in some private investigation. I returned to the journal entries, reading more carefully now. Between the mundane observations, I began to notice patterns, references to the subject and behavioral changes and maintaining distance. What I'd initially dismissed as personal reflections now read like surveillance notes, clinical, detached. The handwriting that had seemed merely careful now appeared deliberately disguised, as if the writer was trying to obscure their natural style. The desk drawer held more secrets: business cards for private investigators I'd never heard of, receipts for equipment purchases, cameras, recording devices, GPS trackers, bank statements showing regular payments to companies that specialized in background checks and personal security. This wasn't the financial profile of someone living on a government salary. I found myself checking the windows, making sure the curtains were drawn. The paranoia felt ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Had those binoculars been used to observe the street below? Were there other vantage points in the house, other windows that offered clear sightlines to neighboring properties? The basement door stood slightly ajar, and I realized I hadn't explored the lower level yet. The wooden steps creaked under my weight as I descended, each sound echoing in the confined space. The basement was finished, converted into what appeared to be a home office, but this workspace was different from the tidy study upstairs. Here, the organization bordered on obsession. Corkboards covered every wall, filled with photographs, newspaper clippings, and handwritten notes connected by colored string. It looked like something from a conspiracy theorist's fever dream, but as I examined it more closely, I recognized the methodology. This was how we'd been trained to map complex cases, to find connections between seemingly unrelated events and people. But these weren't official cases. These were private obsessions. One board was dedicated entirely to missing persons cases from the surrounding area, not just recent disappearances, but cold cases going back years. Each victim's photo was accompanied by detailed notes about their last known movements, their personal relationships, their financial situations. Red string connected cases that shared similarities. Yellow string linked potential suspects. Green string highlighted what appeared to be successful resolutions, though I couldn't understand what criteria had been used to determine success. Another board focused on local law enforcement personnel. My own photo was there, along with those of other investigators, prosecutors, and judges. Notes detailed our case histories, our personal lives, our professional relationships. Some photos had been marked with symbols I didn't recognize: stars, circles, X marks, as if we were being categorized according to some private system. I felt sick. This wasn't the workspace of a dedicated investigator. This was the lair of someone who had crossed the line between professional curiosity and personal obsession. Someone who had been collecting information not to solve crimes, but to satisfy some deeper compulsion. The sound of footsteps above made me freeze. Slow, deliberate steps moving across the floor of the main level. I held my breath, straining to listen. The house was supposed to be empty. I was supposed to be alone. The steps stopped directly above me, as if someone was standing in the study where I'd been working. I could hear the faint creak of floorboards settling, then silence. My heart hammered against my ribs as I considered my options. The basement had only one exit, the stairs I'd just descended. If someone was upstairs, I was trapped. I pulled out my phone, but the screen showed no signal. The basement walls were thick, probably blocking reception. I'd have to go back upstairs to call for help, but that meant confronting whoever was in the house. The footsteps resumed, moving toward the basement door. I looked around desperately for another way out, but there were only small windows near the ceiling, too narrow for escape. The steps on the staircase began, slow and measured, each one bringing the unknown visitor closer. I pressed myself against the wall behind the staircase, hoping to remain hidden as the person descended. The steps paused halfway down, and I could see shoes from my hiding spot. expensive leather, well-maintained, not the footwear of a burglar or intruder. "I know you're down there." The voice was familiar, though I couldn't immediately place it. Calm, professional, with just a hint of amusement, not threatening, but not entirely friendly either. "You might as well come out, we need to talk." I remained hidden, weighing my options. The voice continued, patient but insistent. "You've seen the boards by now. You understand what you've stumbled into. This isn't something you can just walk away from." Finally, I stepped out from behind the staircase. The person on the steps was someone I recognized from the office, though we'd never worked closely together. A senior investigator with a reputation for solving difficult cases, someone who kept to themselves but commanded respect from colleagues and supervisors. "You look surprised," they said, descending the remaining steps. "You shouldn't be. This was always going to happen eventually." What was going to happen? Someone was going to start asking the right questions. Someone was going to notice the patterns. They gestured toward the cork boards. Your missing colleague wasn't the first to get too close to the truth. I felt the blood drain from my face. What truth? That some of these missing persons cases aren't as random as they appear. That someone with access to law enforcement resources has been using that access for personal gain. That the system we're supposed to serve has been compromised from the inside. They moved closer, and I noticed they were wearing gloves. Thin latex gloves, the kind we used at crime scenes to avoid contaminating evidence. Your colleague discovered the connection between several disappearances. People who had been asking inconvenient questions, investigating things they shouldn't have been investigating. People who posed a threat to a very profitable operation. What kind of operation? The kind that requires certain investigations to stall out, certain evidence to disappear, certain witnesses to become unavailable. They smiled, but it didn't reach their eyes. Your colleague thought they could expose it, thought they could be a hero. I backed toward the far wall, trying to maintain distance between us. Where are they now? That's not really the important question. The important question is what happens to you now that you know what they knew. My phone was still in my hand, useless without signal. The basement suddenly felt like a tomb, cut off from the world above. I thought about the careful organization upstairs, the way everything had been left neat and tidy. Had my colleague been given a choice, or had they simply vanished one night, leaving behind only questions and the smell of warm ink? "You have two options," the investigator continued, their voice maintaining that unsettling calm. "You can forget what you've seen here. Pack up the obvious personal items, ignore the rest, and file a report stating that you found nothing of significance. Or you can join your colleague in whatever fate befell them." I looked at the cork boards surrounding us, at the evidence of years of surveillance and manipulation. How many cases had been compromised? How many victims had been denied justice because someone with a badge had decided their silence was worth more than the truth? How long has this been going on? Long enough to become profitable, long enough to involve people you trust, people you work with every day, long enough that exposing it would destroy more lives than it would save. The latex gloves caught the light as they gestured, and I realized this conversation wasn't happening by chance. This person hadn't simply discovered me in the basement. They'd been watching, waiting for someone to take the bait. The cleanup assignment hadn't been random. I'd been selected, just as my colleague had been selected before me. What did my colleague find? What was worth making them disappear? Names, dates, financial records, enough evidence to connect several high-profile disappearances to a network of people who profit from keeping certain truths buried. They paused, studying my face. Evidence that would have destroyed careers, ended lives, brought down an operation that has been years in the making. I thought about the missing files upstairs, the gaps in the chronological organization. Someone had been here before me, removing the most damaging evidence, but they'd left enough behind to tell the story, to draw the next investigator deeper into the web. Why leave any of it? Why not destroy everything? Because we needed to know who else might come looking. We needed to identify the next person who might pose a threat. The smile returned, cold and calculating. Congratulations, you've identified yourself. The basement felt smaller with each passing moment, the walls closing in like a trap that had been carefully set and patiently waited for its prey. I understood now why my colleague's disappearance had been handled so quietly, why the investigation had been perfunctory, why their personal effects had been left untouched for so long. They hadn't disappeared, they'd been disappeared, and now I was standing in the same trap, facing the same choice between silence and oblivion. But as I looked at the cork boards again, I noticed something the investigator might have missed. Hidden among the photographs and notes were small marks, barely visible symbols that looked like they'd been made with a different pen. A code of some kind, or perhaps a message left behind by someone who knew they might not survive to tell their story. The smell of warm ink seemed stronger now, as if the very air was saturated with secrets that refused to stay buried. I realized that whatever happened next, the truth would continue to seep through the cracks, leaving traces for the next person brave enough or foolish enough to follow the scent. The investigator was still watching me, waiting for my decision, but I was beginning to understand that the choice wasn't really mine to make. It had been made the moment I'd volunteered to help with the cleanup, the moment I'd stepped into this house and breathed in the lingering aroma of mysteries that demanded to be solved. The ink stain on the truth was permanent now, and no amount of silence would ever wash it clean.